Good evening, dear listener. Welcome softly back to the sleepy story. Tonight, the rain drifts gently across quiet rooftops. Forest paths shimmer beneath silver mist, and peaceful stories unfold one by one beneath the soothing rhythm of falling water. Before we begin, allow your breathing to slow. Let the day gently fade behind you. Release every task, every worry, every unfinished thought. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to go. Only comfort, only calm, only stories. As rain whispers beyond the window and the world grows quiet, we will wander through cozy cabins, hidden paths, peaceful villages, warm lights, and dreamlike landscapes designed to guide you toward deep and restful sleep. So settle into your favorite sleeping position. Close your eyes and let tonight's rainy collection carry you gently into dreams. Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas, and it's lovely to have your company. This is a very special compilation episode featuring a selection of some of the very best stories from our head writer, Shady Grove. Oliver. Shady has been responsible for some of our most adored bedtime stories over the years, and we're so lucky to have her on the Get Sleepy team. You'll hear a number of those stories tonight, and perhaps a few you've not come across before too. All the stories in this compilation are read by me. So without further ado, make sure you're comfortable. Close your eyes, and let's begin. The horizon is ablaze in fiery red, deep orange, and blush pink. The vibrant sunset is only visible in slivers between the trees, which stand thick and tall around you. But what you can see of it is truly magnificent. The sky above is darkening to a silvery blue as night approaches, and the very first stars are beginning to twinkle faintly. Brilliance will grow as darkness falls. Here in the forest, your private cabin stands behind you, a haven of comfort and rest. You'll head inside to sleep in a while, but now you want to enjoy one of the best parts of where you're staying: the fire pit. It's large and ringed with heavy gray stones. Despite their jagged angles, they fit together well, creating a protective circle around the center. The remnants of someone else's fire are still visible. Small chunks of blackened wood and mounds of ash provide the perfect base for the one you'll make now. From a short stand near the cabin's porch, you collect an armful of kindling. Your hosts were kind enough to leave some crumpled newspaper and wood shavings to help you start the fire. You carry them all over to the pit and set them down in an untidy heap. One by one, You place the pieces of newspaper and bundles of wood shavings inside until they form a neat mound. All around you, there are tufts of fallen pine needles on the ground as well as dry leaves and grasses. You amble around the fire pit, collecting handfuls of them to use as tinder. Careful not to unsettle the mound you've already built. You push the tinder into the cracks and crevices near the edge of the stone circle. There's a box of extra long matches. You tap open the cardboard and slide out one of the thin wooden fire starters. Holding it gently between your fingers, you strike it on the rough red side of the box. In an instant, the end of the match sparks to life, sending up a little puff of sulfur, which tickles your nose. You carefully poke it into the pile, watching as the edges of the newspaper begin to glow and curl back on themselves. Before long, the mound goes up in flames. Carefully, you rest the pieces of kindling on top. The thin, rough splinters of wood stand in a jumble around the burning center, like matchsticks dropped on the ground. But soon they begin to catch as well. The fire is lit. For a moment, you sit back on your heels, admiring your handiwork. The kindling burns slowly, but you know it's deceptive. If you don't build up the fire, soon it could go out. You stand and walk back over to the porch. Your hosts have left you a generous stack of firewood for you to use as you please. With a keen eye, you gather just the right size and shape. Logs for the new blaze. The rough wood rests in your arms as you carry it back to the pit. Unlike with the kindling, you have to be more careful setting these pieces down. They're much heavier and could roll away from you. A couple of the logs knock against each other, making a pleasantly hollow sound, like a person tapping on a wooden table. From the look of it, you'd guess these logs are oak maple or ash. They've been split well and were stacked in even rows by the porch. You pick up the first log, which rests comfortably in your hand, taking care not to get too close to the flames themselves. You rest the wood against one side of the pyramid of kindling. The rough mound collapses slightly under its weight, causing the embers below to burn even more brightly with the infusion of oxygen. A cloud of tiny sparks flies up from the coals, engulfing the log. You watch closely as it begins to burn. First, you notice a faint glow around the cut edge of the log. The bark lights up before the core, which resists the flame. At first, but soon the end catches fire. The red and orange flames travel up the spine of the log, reaching the other end in a matter of minutes. That's your cue to add another. The second log rests at an odd angle against the first. Licks of fire pop onto its bark and then push down to the thick center. You place a third log against the first two, forming a tent shape. This will help you have a strong structure as you continue to build the fire for the rest of the night. Near the fire pit, there's a long tree trunk resting on two sturdy stumps. It's a kind of rough-hewn bench placed the perfect distance from the fire. You test it gently with your hand before taking a seat. It feels sturdy and has a little bounce as you press on it. When you sit down, the rough bark prickles the back of your legs, but it's not uncomfortable. If anything, it serves as a reminder that the forest is the natural environment here. You can sense the heat from the fire on the front of your legs and on your cheeks. It's a delightful contrast to the night air, which is cool without being cold. The fire's warmth wraps around you like steam from a bath making. You feel comfy and content. A light breeze rustles the trees. You can hear the tall trunks creaking as they sway back and forth. Branches move and shift, rubbing against one another. High above the ground, small clumps of pine needles drop to the forest floor with delicate thumps. Every gust of wind sends up a flurry of embers from the campfire. It reminds you of blowing into a fireplace as a child and watching the sparks dance their way up the chimney and out of sight. The breeze brings out the slight chill in the air. At the end of your log bench, you notice a neatly folded blanket left for you by your hosts. You silently thank them for their kindness and consideration as you reach for it. Thick fleece cascades around your lap as you unfold it in a single motion. Then you wrap it around your shoulders, crossing the edges over your chest and tucking the corners under your legs. Not only is it cozy, it feels protective, wrapped around you this way. The cool air touches your face and hands, but your core remains a wonderfully warm temperature. For a little while, you close your eyes, enjoying all the sensations happening right now, in this very moment. The fire crackles and snaps near your feet. Every once in a while, it lets off a longer pop or hiss as the fire finds pockets of sap. You can feel curtains of warmth billowing toward you with the breeze. This air encircles your legs and reaches through the blanket. You also sense the heat on your eyelids, which are sensitive to changes in temperature. You can see the rippling reddish-orange glow through them, true evidence of a fire burning in the darkness. In the forest beyond your private fire pit, crickets chirp and hum. A few birds make long, low calls to each other through the trees. Some of the animals who are more active at night shuffle through the woods in the distance. You hear the faraway snapping of twigs and rustling of underbrush. Though you can't see it or hear it, you're aware of the little cabin standing behind you. It's your safe haven for the night, and you welcome the comforting shelter and rest it promises. Without thinking about it, you shift your weight on the tree trunk bench. It cacks as it bounces the tiniest bit. Your shoes crunch across the dry ground, laden with pine needles beneath your feet. They feel like pillows. You imagine that despite the name, they might be quite comfortable to rest on for a while. The forest air is fresh and clean. There's a hint of pine, which intermingles with the scent of dry and dusty fallen leaves. Smoke from the fire brings notes of oak maple and ash to your nose. You notice that every log smells slightly different as it burns. Opening your eyes, once more, you pick up a long stick, resting by your feet, and use it to poke the fire. The charred stump of a log disintegrates into hundreds of smaller pieces with the pressure. It's as though you've broken a magic spell that had been keeping them all together with the heat. A second log has mostly turned to ash, with a few lumps of burnt wood mixed in. When you stir the ash with your stick, it sends up a thick gray cloud that smells of dust and smoke. You pick up another log, resting by the rim of the fire pit, and toss it onto the embers. Tendrils of fire creep up its sides, consuming it slowly and deliberately. You use the stick to agitate it every once in a while, watching how the shape of the fire adjusts to compensate. Occasionally, its foundation breaks apart, and the log drops a few inches, sending up another plume of sparks and smoke. Over time, the fire grows brighter and dimmer. In turn, you add more logs and watch them burn to ash. The heat rises with a crackling log and then diminishes as the flames recede behind a wall of glowing embers. Fire has a natural cycle, just like all other things in nature. You think if you watch it for long enough, you learn its patterns and rhythms. As you watch the logs burn, you feel your eyelids beginning to grow heavy. After some time, the flames die down until all that's left is a smoldering pile of embers and ash. You blink slowly, and the glowing coals blur at the edge of your vision. A yawn makes its way up your chest. You let it out, stretching your arms over your head. Sleepiness is overtaking you. It's time to get ready for bed. You'll put out the fire and then tuck yourself into the cozy sheets inside your quaint little cabin. Earlier, you noticed a bucket of water on the porch. Standing up, you feel your leg muscles engage. They carry you towards the cabin, where you retrieve the bucket. With a slow motion of your hands, you pour the water over the smoldering remains of your campfire. The hot rocks, ringing the fire pit, hiss as billowing clouds of steam escape. It reminds you of being in a sauna, feeling the warm moisture touch your chest and chin. You pick up handfuls of dirt and trickle them over the fire pit. They'll douse any last embers that might be left. The smell of smoke and ash is stronger. Now, it mixes with the fresh aroma of the nature around you, creating a familiar scent you've always associated with camping in the woods. With a smile, you remember you'll get to sleep in a crisp, clean bed tonight. It feels so luxurious to be out here, tucked away in the forest, but with all the creature comforts you could possibly desire. Once you're satisfied, the fire is safely out. You set down your stick and fold up the blanket, leaving it in a tidy square draped over the log. You hope the next person to stay here will get use out of it, just as you did. Without the fire, you can appreciate how dark it truly gets here in the woods. The inky blackness around you is so complete, you can't even make out the shape of your hands or arms in front of you. Looking up, you see the dark outlines of the pine trees stretching into a midnight blue sky where millions of dazzling stars twinkle and shine above you. They are scattered across the vastness of space like sequins on an evening gown. Directly above you, you can see the Milky Way galaxy drawing an elegant white arch through the sky. When the fire burned brightly, you could barely make out any of the stars. There was too much light at eye level. But now, it's as though the entirety of the universe is at your fingertips, closer and more breathtaking than you've ever seen it before. You consider these secrets that nature holds. Sometimes it takes the absence of one thing for another to shine. The longer you stand there, beside the fire pit, the more your eyes adjust to the darkness that surrounds you so completely. Soon you're able to make out vague shapes like the log bench and some of the largest stones in the ring by your feet. You see the outline of your cabin and slowly make your way towards it, stepping carefully across the uneven ground. How wonderful it is to have the stars guide you back to your home tonight. You think you appreciate the beauty of this moment and how it's helped you slow down and appreciate the wonder that's all around. You reach the porch and turn right, looping around the side of the cabin. There you find the set of steps leading to a sliding glass door. Opening it, you feel inside with your fingertips for the light switch. With a final glance up at the night sky, you flip the switch, which floods your cabin with soft light. You step inside and close the door behind you. Making your way over to the bed, you turn on the lamp on the side table and turn off the overhead lighting. This way, It will be easier to make the room dark again once you're in bed. You feel another yawn coming on and let it out, blinking slowly as sleepiness wells up within you. Changing into your pajamas, you fold your day clothes and place them beside the bed. Finally, you're ready to climb in. You turn off the lamp, and a blanket of darkness falls on the cabin. Using your sense of touch alone, you pull back the sheets and slip in between them, feeling how cool and smooth they are against your skin. You settle down under the covers and let your head sink into the cloud-like pillow, yawning. A third time, you shift until you're in the perfect spot, and then close your eyes. You're too tired to think of anything in particular, so you let your mind wander back to the campfire. Outside, you think of the flames dancing across the logs and the smell of the ash and wood. You feel the warmth of the fire moving toward you with the breeze, and you hear the gentle sounds of snapping, hissing, and crackling, which soothe you into peaceful dreams and a good night's sleep. The light outside the living room window is beginning to fade. You can see the last hint of sunset casting a soft orange glow on the house across the street. In the distance, the sky is a prairie, rose pink with feathery white clouds that slowly meander above the horizon. You take a deep breath in, hold it for just a moment, and then release, feeling a wave of calm wash over you. Inside the house, the shadows are long, but you find your eyes have already begun to adjust to the dim light of dusk that is permeating the room. The colors of the sofa and chairs are now muted, and the wood of the table is more gray than brown. The details of the room are softer than usual, such that the lines and edges have started to blur. Although the sun is still setting outside, you can feel that night is already on its way here within these walls. Looking up, the back of a chair casts a shadow that stretches across the ceiling. You follow it down to the chair itself and the little night light that has flickered on behind it. The tiny bulb is attached to a socket at ankle height. It now reflects a subtle glue over the floor. At the edge of your vision, you see the bookcase against the back wall. Rows and rows of brightly colored books look softer now in this gentle light. Their spines appear like vertical lines in an abstract painting. Uneven edges and different heights stand side by side on the long horizontal lines of the shelves. On top of the bookcase sits the potted plant with curling, leafy tendrils that hang down below the highest shelf. In the daylight, the plant is a vibrant Kelly green. But in the twilight haze, it almost looks like something out of the ocean. Sweeping ropes of seaweed, diving deep beneath the waves in a mermaid's library, perhaps. Or maybe just the reflection of a vine on the surface of a glassy lake. Each leaf stands out as a dark shadow on a curlic of stem. One by one, they climb down to the topmost shelf, a ladder of dark growth stretching toward the ground. In the diminishing light, it's easy for your imagination to take root and see shapes that otherwise exist only in dreams. You walk over to the little wooden table by the cozy armchair, which looks as plush and inviting as always. On top of the table is a lamp with a frosted glass shade, and the image of an idyllic seaside village painted on it. You grasp the dangling brass chain beneath the shade with your fingertips and pull. With a click, the lamp floods the room. With light, the same light shines behind the seaside village, bringing it to life. The windows in the quaint little cottages glow filled with morning sun. Seagulls fly across a powder blue sky as puffy white clouds float above them. A lighthouse perches on the rocky shore with red and white stripes leading up to its pointy top. The bulb provides a dazzling beacon for all the tiny boats that dance across the waves below. Looking at this painted scene, your imagination begins to take over. You can almost hear the cry of the gals as they soar above your head, and you can almost feel the cool sea breeze blowing through your hair and the taste of salt on your tongue. The warmth of the sun touches your cheeks and arms as waves crash against the rocks, sending plumes of spray into the air. Drops of water are caught by the wind and carried to your skin as a soft mist. You smile, thinking of how wonderful it would be to go through this picture into the seaside town and spend a day there. You might like to climb to the top of the lighthouse and watch sailboats glide across the sea, or visit one of the cottages where the smell of a home-cooked meal would delight your senses. Instead, you watch as the lampshade projects images of the scene on the wall behind it. The same boats drift like glided shadows along the white painted backdrop, leaving the seaside village and lamp behind. You walk over to the window. Outside, you see the street lights have come on. Pools of orange illuminate the ground around them as you watch the lights of other houses flicker to life. Porch lights, fairy lights, kitchen lights. They all blend to bring a soft glow to their nighttime surroundings. With a final glance at the restful scene outside, you reach up and close the blinds and pull the curtain shut behind them. Then you turn and walk into the kitchen. The dishes are already clean and stacked in the drying rack. The overhead light glints off the shining silver bottom of a pot turned upside down. You are grateful this everyday task is already finished. It's a satisfying reminder of a job well done. There might be a few cups or glasses left on the counter, but you don't mind. There will be plenty of time to get to those tomorrow. You remind yourself that whatever you managed to accomplish today is enough, and a new day brings with it a whole new array of possibilities. The counters are wiped up, and the dish towels hung to dry on the handle of the stove. One towel has a picture of a black and white spotted cow standing on a patch of grass. Rolling green hills complete the scene, along with a golden bell around the cow's neck. It's a happy picture, you think, and a relaxing one. The other towel is plain olive green, made of terry cloth with small raised squares, like a quilt. It feels nice to dry your hands on that one. You're always happy when it comes out fresh from the laundry. You glance from appliance to appliance, over the stove and toaster to the electric kettle and refrigerator. You see the coffee pot clean and waiting to deliver a steaming cup tomorrow morning. There's the bag of freshly roasted coffee beans standing next to it, along with a jar full of tea bags. It's nice to enjoy a cup of tea in the mornings too, or in the afternoon, when you need a sip of something rejuvenating. You look over at the dining room table. In the center, there's a curvy glass vase with a small cluster of flowers standing in water. The blooms are pink, red, and yellow and are surrounded by rough fern-like leaves on delicate stems. The smell of flowers fills the air and intermingles with the scent of dinner, cooked hours ago. Together, the aromas make you think of home. Home means different things to different people. But here in this place, it is comfort and security. It's the stability of routine, of knowing where the dishes and cutlery go, and where to find the little pieces of scrap paper when you need to write a note. With the tip of your finger, you flick the light switch. In an instant, the room is dark. It takes your eyes a few moments to adjust. When they do you see that everything looks a little bigger. Now the refrigerator seems wider, and the kettle taller than it used to be. What a wonder it is. It is how the quality of light can change perceptions of ordinary objects. You look down at your hands and can barely make out the individual lines of your fingers held out in front of you. With the lights turned off, it's time to get ready for bed. You return to the lamp with the seaside village and pull the brass chain again. The light goes out, and you feel the village settling down for the night, just like you. Entering the bedroom, you find your pajamas, change into them, and enjoy the cozy feeling of soft material on your skin. Then you move to the bathroom and brush your teeth. You've always found this to be a rather mindful task. The repetitive motion, the subtle sensations of bristles on your teeth. A moment to pause as the day is winding down. You take a sip of water, not only to hydrate, but to enjoy the feeling of a freshly cleaned mouth. Then you turn off the light. Back in the bedroom, you follow the same routine, flicking off the light with your fingertips. You turn on the little lamp on the bedside table and notice how it casts a small circle of light just where you sleep. The table is small and stands at the same height as the bed. On top, you keep a glass of water and the book you like to read before you fall asleep every night. There's a little drawer that opens in the front. Inside is a jumble of important things and scraps of paper you tucked away out of sight. Perhaps you'll organize it one day, you think, but not tonight. You pull back the covers and sit down on the mattress, feeling how the weight of your body depresses the top of it ever so slightly. You lean back and pull one of the fluffy pillows behind you. It supports your spine and keeps you comfortable as you read. Carefully, you slide your legs under the covers and pull the sheets up so the top fold rests in your lap. From the table, you pick up the book and feel the weight of it in your hands. Its cover is smooth but hard. You run your fingertips over the embossed lettering of the title. The shiny, elegant bumps are glossy beneath your skin, resting on your knees. It falls open to the page where you finished last night. You remove the bookmark and set it on the table beside you. You read a page, and then another, and then finish the chapter. You move on to the next one, and watch the story play out, line by line. As you read, you notice your eyelid beginning to feel heavy. They want to close and let pictures take the place of the words in your mind. Slowly you blink, trying to make it to the end of the chapter, but your tired eyes guide the movement of your hands as you place the bookmark between the pages. Close the book and set it back on the table. You feel a yawn coming on and bring your hand to your mouth. It overtakes you, causing your muscles to move as the yawn encompasses your body. As if in response, you stretch your arms up over your head and then out to the sides before bringing them back to your lap. The warmth of the bed seems even more inviting now, and you long to feel the weight of the covers on your whole body. You shift down into the bed and move the pillow that have been supporting your back. It now rests beneath your head, which you snuggle into the perfect position. You reach back toward the table and click off the lamp. A comforting darkness envelops the room like a curtain drawn across a window. at what a comfortable bed this is. You think a sense of gratitude wells up inside you, with the understanding that you have everything you need. You have a safe place to sleep and a good book to read. Your space is warm and cozy, and the sheets and pillow are soft and welcoming. You think of the flowers sitting on the table and the green plant over the bookshelf. You think of the cow on the tea towel in the kitchen and the quaint seaside village with the tall lighthouse on the lampshade. You wonder if the village is laying down to sleep. Perhaps the sailboats have drawn in their sails and made their way back to a quiet harbor. Tiny waves lap at the rocky shore, moving in and out with the tide. You wonder if the moon shines brightly overhead, and if the stars twinkle in a jet-black sky. And at each of the cottages, you imagine families tucking children into bed, or maybe reading a book until they fall asleep. You think of silent kitchens and living rooms with curtains drawn. Maybe there are lights like the ones in your neighborhood that cast a soft glow on the village streets. These pictures play out in the darkness behind your eyelids, where you can see the nighttime village in the depths of your imagination. You envision the lighthouse, a glittering beacon on the otherwise shadowed coastline, and the lighthouse keeper tucked away in bed. The images from the lampshade intermingle with the familiar rooms of your home. The sights and smells and sounds intertwine. The cool sea breeze and the scent of the flowers, the cry of the gulls and the salt on your tongue, the sound of the refrigerator bearing softly to sleep, and the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. They all slowly blend together into the static noise of a resting mind. Slowly, you feel your mind begin to wander. The pictures grow further and further away. The lines become hazy like the edge of a watercolor, and the sounds more distant like echoes on the wind. And with them, you may find yourself drifting away toward sleep. Knowing you are safe and comfortable tonight, the trail branches off a road which is tucked away in the forest. There are few who ever come this way, and fewer still who leave the road itself and head down the narrow dirt path on foot. But for the lucky ones who find this hidden spot, wonderful things await them at the end of the trail. Today is the day you'll venture out. Already, your mind is filled with anticipation about the relaxing time you'll have at the spa. So you take a deep breath and then step onto the trail. All around you, tall trees loom overhead. Their branches are thick and tangled, making it hard to see the sky. Occasionally, you catch a glimpse of a distant patch of blue through the canopy. You imagine it's a lovely sunny day outside the protective embrace of the forest. Here it's shady and cool with a light breeze. The forest feels like its own protected ecosystem. The thick greenery above keeps the temperature a few degrees cooler than it would be elsewhere, and a certain dampness seems to linger as though rain is never too far off. The ground is covered in pine needles and other plant debris. White, gray, and brown rocks dot the landscape. The occasional boulder appears between the trees. In fact, you're approaching one now on the right side of the trail. It looks as though it tumbled to this spot from some enormous, far-off mountain. Or perhaps a giant tossed it here, like something out of a fairy tale. You think, with a smile, it seems almost out of place. And yet the way the moss has grown up its rough sides and covered it in a soft blanket of green makes it appear to be in perfect harmony with its surroundings. Walking on you, come to a fallen tree. The thick and GNL'd trunk lies at an angle across the path. You step over it carefully, being sure not to tangle your clothes in the tiny branches poking up from its side. Here in the forest, you feel as though you're in an ancient place. You think of all the years the trees have stood here, how many ages the rocks have watched pass by. There's something humbling about standing amidst such old and pristine nature. You realize how much time has come and gone before you got to this place, and how the forest will continue long after you've left. It's also reaffirming to know you're part of something larger than yourself. Understanding that there is a grand world out there, and you are a tiny, yet unique and significant speck within it. You continue on considering boundless ideas of time and space as you enjoy the comforting crunch of the pine needles beneath your feet. With every step you take, you immerse yourself further in this special forest. You travel deeper into the trees, enjoying how the refreshing greenery surrounds you. On all sides, there's a thin, stemmed plant with fern-like leaves that stands about as tall as you. It's a bright, fresh green that reminds you of a spring morning. The dense pines are a darker shade that makes you think of winter snow and hot chocolate. Delicate plants appear behind the occasional tree, trunk, or stone. Their leaves boast intricate patterns, spots, stripes, and random splotches. After a while, you reach a meadow where bursts of wild flowers vie for your attention in every direction. Vibrant reds, oranges, pinks, and blues fill the green space. Every time the breeze picks up a little, the grass flutters, shimmering gold. You could easily spend the next several hours lounging about right here in the meadow. It would be the perfect spot to lay out a picnic blanket and read a good book. But still, you're curious to see what you'll find at the end of the trail. So you keep walking with the beauty of the wild flowers lingering in your mind. Before long, you feel the dirt path give way to a narrow boardwalk beneath your feet. The wooden boards are raised slightly above the ground. Pausing for a moment, you take a look around. Between clusters of trees, you catch sight of small pools of water. They seem almost like large puddles, except for the multitude of plants growing in and around them. You realize you've come to a marshland tucked away in the woods. This must mean you're getting close to your destination. You know the spa is fed by mineral-rich springs in the area, and you imagine the boggy ground is a sign you're in the right place. With every step, the boards creak underfoot. It reminds you of walking upstairs in an old house, and you find it familiar and comforting in a way. The sound echoes off the tree trunks, intermingling with the chirping insects and the occasional bird song. You walk on, falling into an easy rhythm with your feet. The boardwalk stretches out before you. It curves this way and that, leading you ever deeper into the forest. But then you spot a little hut in the distance. It's circular, with smooth, dark brown wooden walls and a sloping roof. You follow the boardwalk closer and closer, right up to the door of the hut. On it is a handwritten sign, "Welcome to the Forest Spa. Spa, you are invited to enjoy any of the hot tubs, pools, and saunas we have here for as long as you'd like. Don't forget, extra towels can be found at the entrance to any of our bathing areas, and you're welcome to rest in one of our private cabins for the night. Have a lovely stay." What a pleasant greeting, you think to yourself as you push open the door and step inside. The circular room is small and cozy. In the center is a wooden bench with a tiny vase of wildflowers on one side. Up and down the walls are shelves full of everything you could possibly need during your time here. Several baskets are scattered around the room. Purpose: to hold the items you choose. There are stacks of soft, white towels in multiple sizes tied together with silver ribbons. Fragrant bars of soap are piled high within their own cabinets. Some are a solid color, while others have a marbled appearance. You sniff them one by one and choose a bar with cream and purple swirls that smells like soothing lavender. Rows of tea, lights, and other candles stand at attention. You pick 2 to put next to the bath in your cabin tonight. Tiny jars of essential oils, no bigger than your thumb, lend the air of an old-timey apothecary. Their glass ranges from bottle green to sky blue, and every single one gives off the most luscious aroma. You choose a little black bottle of peppermint oil to take with you. There are lotions in delightful scents, like raspberry vanilla, sea salt, and lime, hibiscus, and pineapple and sandalwood, bottles and bars of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash are piled in their own deep baskets. You explore the options before picking a few that sound good to you. Once your personal basket is full, you have only a couple more things left to get before you leave the hut. On the opposite wall are metal hooks with long silk and terry cloth bathrows. You choose a cloth robe for bathing and a silk one for later on tonight in your cabin. Hooking your fingers through the tops of a pair of bathing slippers, you're ready to explore the spa. You walk out onto the boardwalk on the other side of the hut and glance around. Straight in front of you is the first bathing pool. Just beyond is a smaller second pool. You read the signs on each. The first is the hottest spring-fed pool available here. The second is closer to body temperature. You continue on through a wooden archway that leads to a hub of sorts. Several paths meet here, in this spot. To your right, signs point to the sauna and a cold pool. To your left is a salt room and the delightfully named Ring of Rest. It's a circle of benches tucked away in a grove of tall pines where you can sit and contemplate quietly without being disturbed. Straight ahead is the outdoor hot tub, which is where you decide to head. Now the boardwalk crosses through an enclosed hall where extra towels are stacked on the shelves. The sign you read earlier was right. There do seem to be plenty of soft, fresh towels whenever you need them. Just ahead, you see a changing room. There's no one else around. So you walk inside and get into your bathing suit, leaving your walking clothes and shoes behind in a wooden cubby. You wrap the comfy terry cloth bathrobe around you and nudge your toes into the slippers. Your heels are free, and the shoes make a quiet flopping sound with every step. As you make your way to the tub, you pull your robe close around you. It's so warm and snuggly. You feel as though you never want to take it off. But when the hot tub comes into view, you realize it somehow seems even more inviting than eternity in the softest robe you've ever felt. The exterior of the hot tub is made of wood. It rises above the ground, higher than you are, tall, and has a wooden ladder for you to climb up and into it. Beside the tub is another bench for you to leave your bathrobe, towel, and slippers after shedding your outer wear. You carefully climb up. Pausing for a moment, you gaze down into the warm, bubbling water, savoring the anticipation you feel. You can imagine how good it will be to sink down into the soothing water and you want to enjoy every minute. When you're ready, you lift your leg over the side and dip your toes into the tub, just as you thought. It's the perfect temperature for relaxing in on a cool day. Like today, you bring your other leg up and over and slip the bottom half of your body into the water. You float a little as you find a seat against the wall of the tub. Bubbles churn around your chest, and jets push therapeutic streams against your back and hips. It's like a water massage. You think, relaxing into the sensation. A thin layer of steam rises from the water, cloaking you in an ethereal mist. At times, it clouds your view of the forest, but sometimes you can see clearly into the trees ahead. The tub is situated perfectly in a thick part of the woods. Dense pines surround you here, lending a sense of grandeur to the experience. Leaning your head back against the side of the tub, you sit quietly and watch the natural motions of the forest. An occasional bird flits from branch to branch. The pines dance lightly in the breeze. Every once in a while, a pine cone or twig falls from a tree, making the slightest sound and catching your eye with the movement. Then you focus on your other senses. Closing your eyes, you allow the rest of your awareness to take over. The forest air is clean and crisp. 10 draws of steam reach your nose, reminiscent of taking a hot shower. The bubbles massage your skin, while the streams of warm water do the same to your muscles and back. You can hear distant bird song, which mixes with the regular churning and foaming sounds emanating from the tub. This environment is so restful and relaxing. It would be quite easy to fall asleep sitting here in the hot tub. But there are more places you'd like to see before you turn in for the night. Slowly, you climb out of the tub and back down the ladder. You wrap your warm towel around you to dry off, and then exchange it for the bathrobe and slippers. Then you turn back the way you came in order to head for the salt room. When you first inside, the beauty of the room itself takes your breath away. Large chunks of salt, backlit with gemstone, colored lamps stand against every wall, which are also made of salt. The floor is covered with tiny granules that feels like soft sand beneath your feet. You take a seat on a wooden chair provided for you in the middle of the room. When you're comfortable, the overhead lights go out and the room comes to life. The richly colored lamps give their full effect in the darkness. Warming reds, vibrant blues, and greens shine behind the salt blocks, which look like enormous crystals and gems. Some of the lights dance across the walls, as though you're sitting in a kaleidoscope. The patterns and colors lull you into a restful state, until you can feel your eyelids beginning to grow heavy. Before long, you doze off. After a while, your eyelids flutter open again. Blinking gently, you regain your bearings. It seems you took a cat nap in the salt room. You smile, thinking how lovely it is to experience this setting at your own pace, not having to rush anywhere or arrive at any particular time. You're free to be as slow as you'd like here. It's probably getting on towards evening, so it might be nice to find your cabin and start settling in for the night. You think you stand up from the chair and take a big stretch, raising your arms over your head and yawning as you do. At the entrance to the room, you find your slippers and put them on before making your way down the boardwalk. You collect your belongings from the first cubby room and then follow a new path around the back of the spring-fed pools. You'll visit those another day for sure. Back here, you find a handful of quaint cabins scattered through the woods. Each one is surrounded by a stand of trees, making them feel more private and peaceful. You choose one a little further away from the rest. From here, your view is of the pristine forest. Alone, you savor the solitude to be found in a place like this opening the front door. You enter the cabin, which is the perfect size for you. There's a comfy-looking bed, some chairs, and a small table. But the crowning feature of the room is the large claw-foot tub standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling glass window. This is the perfect place to end a lovely day. You decide. You set your basket of goodies down on a short table nearby and run the bath, testing the water temperature with your fingertips. For this bath, you'd like to use the lavender soap. There's a bamboo tray fitted across the top of one end of the tub. It holds a glass of water and a small vase of flowers already, but there's room for a bit more. You set the soap there so it will be in reach, and then take out one of the tea lights. Once lit, you watch the delicate flame as it flickers softly, casting long shadows on the walls and reflecting in the glass. When the bath is ready, you climb in. The scent of the lavender soap fills your senses. It rises with the steam like a wave of calm washing over your body. You sink down into the bath until only your head is still above water. Its gentle embrace warms you to your core, relaxing every muscle in your body and soothing every thought in your mind. You aren't sure how long you lay there, watching the reflection of the candle flickering in the window on a backdrop of deep, dark forest. When you're finished, you climb back out and dry off with a fresh towel. Then you wrap yourself in the silk bathrobe, which feels slippery and cool to the touch. It's as though you're wearing a gentle breeze. You turn off the lights and climb into bed, sliding your body down in between the crisp sheets. From the comfort of your pillow, you can see out one of the larger windows on the far side of the cabin. As you lay here, you watch the leaves and pine needles rustling on the branches. The moon rises in the sky, which turns darker as night falls. Soon, it's full of twinkling stars. You close your eyes and feel your mind come to rest. And then you drift off into a deep and restful sleep, here in your own hidden spa in the forest. The desert road stretches out before you, all the way to the horizon, like a black ribbon laid across the sand. On either side of the car, the vast and open landscape extends as far as the eye can see. Green and brown succulents, cacti, and other hardy plants dot the arid terrain. Patches of beige dirt fill the space between them. Here and there, a lone lizard or jackrabbit ventures out into the sun, though most animals are tucked away during the heat of the day. You are nice and cool in your car as you make your way across this expansive desert to the oasis that awaits you at the end of the road. The miles behind you have been marked by subtle changes in the landscape. The cacti getting a little larger in some places. In others, the mesquite trees becoming more prominent. It's a strikingly beautiful environment, you think to yourself. It's harsh and delicate. In turn, you continue down the road for several more miles until it begins to narrow, and more sand encroaches on the sides of the pavement. It's as though the desert itself knows your journey is coming to a close and is guiding you to your final destination. A few minutes later, it comes into view. The dense clusters of tall palm trees are pleasing to the eye after so many miles of flat ground and sparse plant life. It truly is an oasis in the desert, a burst of greenery and life fed by the waters of a natural spring. Water is precious in this place, and the trees are a signal to all around that its nurturing presence can be found here. You drive up to the beige and brown stone wall, encircling the resort where you'll be spending the next several days. An elegant cursive sign points you in the right direction. You drive around a group of palm trees whose trunks curve up and around each other, and past a display of succulents arranged in giant pots. Finally, you come to the building marked reception. You park the car in a shaded space and leave the comfort of the air conditioning for the dry heat of the desert air. You welcome the change in temperature as you get out of the car. When the warm air envelops you, it reminds you of how it feels to stand in front of an oven. When you open it to pull out a batch of freshly baked cookies, the heat prickles your skin ever so slightly as your body adjusts to the new temperature. A dry breeze blows over you, rustling the light fabric of your shirt. It helps cool you off and carries with it the scent of wild sage and warm sand. You take a deep breath, welcoming the aromatic air into your lungs. Then you sigh it out, savoring the herbal scent that fills your nose on the exhale. Without hurrying, you make your way into the reception area. A pair of automatic doors glides open as you approach, sending a hint of cool air conditioning out into the warmth that surrounds you. The chill from inside ripples pleasantly across your skin as you once again enter a new environment. Inside the building, the ambience is everything you'd hoped it would be. A rock fountain trickles in the corner of the entryway, and a tiny wind chime signals your arrival, nudged by the gentle rush of air from the open doors. Your footsteps echo off the natural stone-tiled floor and the beige and peach stone walls. Everything about this room was designed with the surrounding environment in mind. The color palette mirrors the neutral hues of the desert, and the stone keeps the interior cool, no matter how warm it is outside. From behind a tall counter, the receptionist welcomes you to the resort. He smiles and hands you a key to your very own bungalow, tucked away behind the main building. Then he unfolds a paper map carefully, circling all the points of interest. With a bright red pen, there's the path of the lazy river, which winds its way through the center of the resort. A wave pool and a hot tub for relaxing. At the end of the day, you thank him for his help and slip the key into your pocket, leaving behind the trickling fountain and wind chime. Into the entryway, you head back out into the heat to move your car to its spot in front of your bungalow. The receptionist drew arrows on the map, directing you around the back of the building to the end of the row of cottages. You drive slowly, admiring the thoughtful landscaping. It features native plants which thrive in this environment without too much water. Whoever designed the space had an eye for detail and a love for the desert. You can tell. You pull up to your bungalow and park in your very own space, which sits in the protective shade of several date palms. You sling your bag over your shoulder and use the key to open the tanned-colored door leading inside. The bungalow is the perfect size for you. A large bed is situated against the back wall with crisp white sheets that look both cool and inviting. There's a coffee table in the middle of the room, decorated with tiny succulents in palm-sized pots. A little kitchenette takes up one corner, and you spot a large pitcher filled with ice water and slices of cucumber and mint. You pour yourself a glass and enjoy the refreshing taste of the cold water as you glance around your home, away from home. Like the reception area, the walls and floor are made of natural stone. Slipping off your shoes, you relish the feeling of the cool stone beneath your feet. You'll be perfectly comfortable here for the next few days. You think you pull out your map and look at your options for the rest of the day. You'd like to start with the lazy river, which you hope will give you a glimpse of the rest of the complex. On the counter, you find a booklet with information about the resort. It tells you that every bungalow comes equipped with its very own inner tube or raft, and the riverside is just steps away from the back door. Putting down your glass, you walk to the far end of the bungalow and open the sliding glass door. You step out onto the veranda, feeling the change in temperature between the inside and outside floor, which has been warmed by the day. There's a cozy-looking wicker table and set of chairs beneath the protective roof. You find that the booklet was right. The lazy river curves right past your bungalow. It looks like a swimming pool in the shape of a meandering stream that twists and turns through the resort. A gentle current keeps the water moving in one direction and will carry you around the entire course unless you choose to get out at a different location. A set of shallow stairs will lead you down into the water when you're ready. Leaning up against the wall of the cottage is a large blue inner tube. It's shaped like a donut, and you can't wait to float down the river on top of it. You head back into the bungalow and put on your swimsuit and sunscreen. From your bag, you pull out a large, floppy hat. You pour some of the cucumber mint ice water into a large plastic jug and are ready to go. The blue inner tube is easy to lift. You carry it over to the concrete deck beside the lazy river. Carefully, you slide it over the edge into the water and sit down on top of it. It's big enough that you're able to recline comfortably with your feet over one side of the dog hut and your back and neck supported by the other. There's a cup holder by your hand, perfect for your jug of ice water. With a slight push, you're off floating down the river with ease. You lean your head back and let it rest on the curve of the inner tube. Your large hat shades your face from the bright sun overhead. You can feel its warmth on your arms and legs. Your hands and feet hang over the side of the inner tube, far enough that you can dip them into the cool water whenever you'd like, helping to keep you at the perfect temperature all the time. As you drift around a bend in the river, you let your fingertips hang into the water. The slight current pulls you along at a steady pace, and you feel thin trails of water following your finger's path. Every once in a while, you lightly tap the surface of the water, sending up delicate splashes onto the side of the inner tube. They make a hollow sound, like a beach ball, landing in the sea. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the other bungalows drift by slowly. They are similar to yours, with covered porches and thick stone walls. After a while, you close your eyes and focus on the bends and curves of the river. You can feel the inner tube being tugged delicately, this way and that, kept in the center of the flow by unseen forces in the water. For that reason, you never move near the edge of the river unless you want to. For now, you're content to travel the middle path through its aquamarine waters. Date palms rustle in the breeze. You enjoy the sound of the fronds tapping against each other as they sway back and forth. Occasionally, you hear the sound of a sliding door opening or closing as other guests move out onto the veranda or back into the cool sanctuary of their cottages. Your inner tube rounds another bend, and you let your foot dangle into the water. Your toes skim across the surface, sending up droplets that land on your shins and knees. In your mind, you think you can feel them, all individually, cooling your skin on contact. You smile to yourself, perfectly relaxed on this private river of yours. Opening your eyes, once again, you see the lazy river is carrying you past the reception building and another structure that features a restaurant and lounge. Perhaps you'll visit those later on after you've finished taking advantage of the rest of the outdoor activities. You leisurely sip the ice water, occasionally holding a piece of ice on your tongue for a few seconds, enjoying the feeling of it melting in your mouth. It's a delightful contrast to the warm air that surrounds you, and the perfect complement to the cool river water splashing on your feet. After a few minutes more, you see the wave pool off in the distance. The resort has anticipated your every need, having placed a set of stairs leading out of the river at just the right bend. You use your body to nudge the inner tube toward the riverside and take hold of the concrete edge. With a plop, you slip off the donut into the water and then climb out of the river. You pull the inner tube up onto the deck and leave it in a safe place. You can always return to it later, once you've finished exploring. The wave pool makes itself known by the gentle lapping of its current, followed by an occasional buildup of rushing water, ending in a satisfying crash like waves upon a rocky shore. But as there's no coastline here, it's the sound of the waves against the concrete poolside that doesn't make it any less pleasing to the ears. You think you can't wait to dip your toes into its delightfully cool water. For the most part, it's a slightly lighter shade of aquamarine than the lazy river, due to its more gradual change in depth. It looks like it would be fun to head to the deep end, where you could kick your legs up off the bottom and bob along with the waves as they crest. But you're in a more relaxed mood now, so you opt for sitting in the most shallow part of the pool, stretching your legs out and resting your back against the side. This part of the pool is far enough away from where the waves break that you can just enjoy the gentle lapping as they softly come to the end of their journey. You close your eyes and embrace the rhythmic motion of the water against your legs. With every breaking wave, a rush of water lifts your feet up, holding them suspended for just a moment. It's as though just a part of you is floating carefree in the ocean. As the current draws back again, your legs come to rest on the smooth concrete bottom of the pool. Over and over again, this cycle repeats, crashing wave, floating, feet, and resting. Once again, you aren't sure how long you sit like this in the wave pool, but after a while, you notice a reddish glow behind your eyelids. It's the changing light as sunset approaches, illuminating the desert in hues of apricot, fuchsia, and gold. The stone walls of the resort take on the vibrant sunset colors, too. It's as though you're surrounded by a spectacular watercolor, which dances with the shifting light. With every evening comes cooler temperatures, leaving the lapping of the wave pool behind you. Go to find the hot tub. It's the perfect way to end your very first day here. The tub is located on a stone platform at the edge of the resort. In an instant, you understand why it was placed here. It affords stunning views of the landscape, now painted in evening hues of violet and peach. It's raised above the ground, so you climb a few steps to get to the edge. Slowly, you dip one toe in at a time. The water is warm and inviting. Now with the air cooling off, you find the tub is a few degrees warmer than the ambient temperature. Inch by inch, you immerse yourself in the water. You find a built-in seat and rest on it with your back against the side. The jets turn on, sending thick columns of bubbles into the tub. You hold your arms out in front of you, watching how they float near the surface, held aloft by the powerful streams of water and bubbles. All around the desert settles in for the night. Nocturnal animals make their first foray out into the world. Now that the heat of the day has passed, the first stars begin to twinkle in the heather-colored sky. The date palms stand tall, casting long, thin shadows across the ground. Later tonight, you'll go to the restaurant and lounge, then head back to your bungalow with its comfortable bed and crisp white sheets. But for now, you rest your head against the back of the hot tub, allowing your body and mind to relax in the warm and soothing water. The bubbles Massage your lower back and shoulders. Your arms and legs float gently up and down. A light breeze evaporates the water, droplets on your face and neck, sending a pleasant tingle down your spine. This really is paradise, you think, resting here in a hot tub at your very own oasis in the desert. Olive stood at the waterfront, gazing up at the dazzling white expanse of Santorini, perched atop the hill in front of her. It was a bright blue day, without a single cloud in sight. Sunlight glinted off the buildings. Turning around, Olive watched tiny waves lap against the side of an enormous cruise ship. All around the ocean sparkled like diamonds on a bed of turquoise. This was the kind of day that Olive loved best. Perfect skies, a light breeze, and time to do whatever she wanted. Today she planned to explore every nook and cranny of a very special place she discovered last week. When she first came across it, she was playing with a paper airplane. A gust of wind carried it out of her hands, around a corner, and into an alcove on a street she'd never seen before. A little way on, she spotted a hand-painted sign hanging from an iron rod protruding from the wall. It read, "The Hole in the Wall, Bookshop." Olive thought she'd found every secret place in this town. She'd climbed every cobbled road, skewered up every hillside, and peeked under every wooden dock down by the water. But somehow, this narrow, winding alley and its tucked-away shop had eluded her. When Olive woke up this morning, she knew today was the day. She didn't have to be back until dark, so she'd have hours and hours to follow the twisting, turning little street wherever it led, and inspect the shop if she could find it. Olive liked to see the big ships come into Santorini in the mornings. She'd get dressed and make her way to the Covalades stairs, the long, wide steps that zigzagged down from the cliffs to the old port below. At the bottom, she'd find a place to sit and watch all of the people coming into town. She especially liked the ladies wearing the wide-brimmed hats. Some of the hats had ribbons whose ends fluttered about the women's faces with every gust of wind. Strong breezes were common here on the island, while the weather was beautiful most of the time. Santorini was rocky and exposed to the elements, but the wind always carried with it the briny smell of the Aegean Sea and the dusty, salty fragrance of some baked rocks. Olive loved the familiar scent and took extra deep breaths whenever the breeze wrapped her in its warm embrace. As Olive watched a group of travelers disembarked a smaller watercraft that had carried them to the port. Everyone looked so happy and so excited for their day on shore. Olive understood their sense of anticipation, though she knew Santorini like the back of her hand, she still felt a tingle of excitement every time she was about to spend a day exploring too. A few of the passengers glanced her way and smiled as they walked past. Sometimes she'd wave back, but today Olive was feeling thoughtful. She usually stayed down here for longer, but she felt the familiar pull of adventure. The Mystery Alley, as she'd named it, was waiting. So was the bookshop. She hopped off her perch and skipped to the bottom of the stairs. Coming down the hill was the easy part. It was much harder to go back up the nearly 600 steps to the top, but the incline wasn't bad. The switchbacks made the path meander up the face of the cliff. It would be impossible to climb if you had to go straight up. It was moments like this that made Olive wish she had a pair of wings so she could fly back up to town. But she supposed her own 2 feet would have to be good enough today. The stairs were so long that it took Olive at least 2 of her own natural strides to get from one to the next. When she was feeling feisty, she pretended to be a tiger, taking extra long steps and curling her fingers into claws. If no one else was around, she'd even bare her teeth and let out a long, low growl. This was always followed by giggling, especially when someone walking up or down the path happened to catch her eye while she was doing it. But today, Olive was determined to get to the top as efficiently as possible. The tiger stayed inside, and the world-famous athlete came out instead. Olive imagined she was tasked with carrying the blazing Olympic torch to the top of the hill. No one else could possibly do the job but her. With a steady gaze and muscles engaged, she walked with determination up the stairs. She could almost feel the weight of the torch in her hand. About halfway up, her legs were starting to get tired, but she was an Olympian, and tired legs wouldn't stop her. With the sound of the crowd cheering her on in her mind, Olive kept going. When she reached the final stair, she held out her hand, passing the invisible torch to the next runner, who would take it across the sea. With a little boo and a cheerful smile, Olive turned and headed into town. Soon she was making her way down a quiet back street. It was barely wide enough for 2 people to pass each other, going in opposite directions. Luckily, she was the only one in sight. Olive liked this particular street because of the way it wound back and forth between tall white buildings and the edge of the hill where she was afforded stunning views of the sea. Being situated on a steep island meant that many of the streets here skirted the outer wall of a residential terrace or shop. It felt to Olive as though she were walking on a long balcony that wrapped around the edge of the world. When the street veered inwards, the sounds of birds and water were muffled by towering stone and plaster walls in. These places, long shadows, kept the ambient temperature cool. Olive reached out one of her arms and run her hand against the side of a building. She felt it turn from hot to cool beneath her fingers as she crossed in and out of shadow. Her footsteps on the stone echoed around her. Sometimes she skipped or hopped to change the rhythm as she went along. When she reached her favorite corner, she paused for a moment. Here the path gave way to a short staircase leading down to the next level of homes and shops. At the corner, brightly painted ceramic pots held giant creeping vines that climbed up the side of the building. A yellow pot held by a woody shrub that reached up the brilliant white wall. A scattering of pinkish purple blooms dotted the green and brown tangle like paint splashed on a blank canvas. The blue pot had an intricate design painted around its rim. Olive had often laid down on the colorful tiles that the owner set into the ground here and studied the pattern. It was easy for her to get lost in the tiny world of swirling spirals and boxy outlines. She liked to trace the pattern with the tip of her finger, even though she couldn't go all the way around. The back of the pot rested against the chalk white wall. Whoever lived here had also painted the doorway to their house a bright blue. It perfectly matched both the sky and the expanse of ocean in the distance. With her back to the potted plants, Olive looked out over the sea. Her imagination sailed to the horizon where it found the water. Really was made of diamonds. With every lapping wave came the tinkling sound of crystal as precious gemstones tapped the hull of her imaginary boat. She imagined dipping a wooden oar into the crystalline depths and pulling it through glittering mounds that twinkled like sunlit stars. But soon, her mind returned to shore as she recalled the mission at hand. It was time to resume her walk. She wondered how she'd never come across the mystery alley before. She often played in that part of town, and sometimes stopped for a lemonade at a nearby shop. Maybe she'd always been too busy having fun to notice it. Or maybe it had magically appeared the day she was following her paper airplane. Perhaps it would be gone today, only to pop up again in another part of town a week or even a month from now. She would just have to wait and see. Olive followed the narrow back street as it curved around behind two houses and a smattering of shops. A retaining wall facing the sea was covered in delicate vines speckled with yellow and green. She traced the vines with her fingertips before hopping to the other side of the path into the long shadow of a tall, whitewashed building. The gray shadow bathed her skin in a gentle coolness. a welcome sensation. After a morning spent in the sharp Mediterranean sun, Olive lifted her hands to her cheeks and felt the residual warmth there. She smiled, squishing her cheeks with her palms, and then frowned, pulling her hands down. Finally, she giggled and skipped on down the alley as it turned away from the ocean towards the center of town. After a few minutes, she came to a crossroads. This was the place where, not too long ago, she had been playing with her paper airplane. Olive closed her eyes, remembering the moment. Her hands moved with the memory, like a conductor leading an orchestra of just one. She folded the paper, just so, tucking in the edges and making a nice crisp line right down the middle. She lifted the airplane over her shoulder, counted to 2, and before she got to 3, a gust of wind snatched it out of her hand. As she imagined it leaving her grasp, she opened her eyes, picturing the way it soared up, then down, before curving around that corner into the alley she'd never seen before. And there the alley was just where she'd left it. Olive tiptoed over to the wall, running alongside the street, dividing her from the mystery alley. If this place really did appear out of nowhere, she might have to sneak up on it. She thought it was better to be safe. In any case, she crept along the wall. When she reached the corner of the mystery alley, she took a deep breath. Letting it out, she peeked around the bend. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of the hand-painted sign hanging from the iron rod protruding from the wall. It read, "The Hole in the Wall. Bookshop." With one final glance over her shoulder, she stepped into the mystery alley. Standing below the sign, she could hear it squeaking gently every time the breeze caught it. To Olive, the sign seemed quite a bit higher up than it had from a distance, but it was what she found beneath it that captured her imagination. Nestled into what seemed to be a natural depression in the face of the wall was a round door. On either side were old-fashioned windows with thick panes edged in blue. What a strange door, Olive thought to herself. She'd never seen one quite like it before. It was painted a bright white color that blended in perfectly with the wall that surrounded it. It would be easy to pass by without ever noticing it, unless you were looking for an entrance, like Olive was. She pressed her face against the window, cupping her hands around her eyes. The view was somewhat distorted by the wavy glass, but she could still make out hundreds and hundreds of books inside. She stepped back and considered what to do. Looking up, she saw that the sun was still high in the sky. She had plenty of time before she needed to be on her way home. Olive made up her mind, and placing a hand on the brass doorknob, she pushed open the round door. Inside the bookshop, the world around Olive was transformed. She was met by the familiar scent of old books, worn pages, and smudged ink. The air was still, yet brimming with possibility, and all the worlds to be explored within the books that lined the walls. Even the quality of the light was different. Outside, it was a bright and sunny island day, but here, antique lamps covered in thick, decorative glass glowed in shades of rich amber and silky honey. Pools of light spilled onto the deep red and forest green carpet, and over the worn mahogany tables covered in stacks of books. Near where she'd come in was a small counter with an old cash register, and even more topsy-turvy piles of books. Olive didn't see anyone else in the shop, not even the owner, but since it was the middle of the day and the shop was open, she thought it would be fine to have a look around. She shuffled her feet across the carpet, enjoying the way it tugged at the bottoms of her shoes, unlike the smooth stone that covered much of Santorini. When she reached the other side of the shop, she found a section full of mystery novels. Olive ran her fingers up and down the spines, feeling how some were long and others were short. Some had creases from being read countless times, while others had never been opened. Every book told not only the story in its pages, but its own story too. How many people had owned it, read it, marked it up, or given it as a gift to someone else? She played with the titles as they passed through her mind, putting them together and taking them apart. The Curious Case of the Cat and the Doorbell, The Drop of the Pin, A New Man in Town. They soon became The Cat Case of the Doorbell and The Pin Man in Olive's imagination. As she moved from shelf to shelf, soon she came to a section with books about dinosaurs. These had the best covers, she thought. Many of the books were tall and thin, with full color illustrations of life in the Jurassic period. She flipped through one and then another, reading all about fins and wings and claws and the world, before it had buildings and restaurants, or even airplanes. Slowly and methodically, Olive made her way around the whole shop. She peered into every cabinet and checked every nook and cranny. She found the corner with the beanbag chairs and the one with the blankets and floor pillows. There was a nice little alcove near the cookbook section that even had a hammock suspended between two heavy bookshelves. Climbed in and wrapped herself in the fuzzy blanket she found, along with a book on Santorini's history. She flicked through the pages, reading all about how the island came to be and what made it so special today. There was something magical in reading about the town outside from the cozy comfort of this bookshop, which felt like another world. Olive yawned as she considered just how sleepy this peaceful place was making her. The pools of amber and honey, cold light, the smell of old familiar books, even the stillness of the air made her ready for a nap. She closed her eyes, and before she knew it, she had dozed off. Olive awoke sometime later, still holding the history book, all wrapped up in the comfy blanket. She wasn't sure how long she'd slept, but knew it was probably nearly sunset. It was time for her to be on her way home. She crawled out of the hammock and shuffled sleepily over to the history section, where she'd found the book on Santorini. Just as she was about to put it back on the shelf, she heard a kind voice behind her. "Why don't you take the book with you, if you aren't finished reading it yet?" Olive turned and saw an older man wearing half-moon glasses peering down at her. She explained that she didn't have any money to buy it, but he only smiled. "Why, it's my gift to you as a first-time visitor," he said, "and you're welcome back to read anytime you'd like." Olive grinned and thanked the owner, holding her new book proudly in her arms. Walking towards the front door, she looked back at the hole in the wall. Bookshop. It was quaint and cozy, like the smell of her mother's cookies, or the pavement after a rain shower. The soft glow of the lights gave the shop a magical touch. In that moment, Olive knew she'd return to the shop someday, soon to see what awaited her between the pages of the next book. Now, let's turn to our mind's eye. This is where you'll watch tonight's story unfold. So let your eyelids shut and focus your attention on the blank canvas behind them. Imagine you are walking down a lane in a quaint town. Perhaps it's like the one where you live, or one you've visited before. Streets like this are familiar and welcoming, with a few shops, maybe a cafe or two, and a handful of sandwich board signs. As you walk, you find yourself becoming lost in thought. The shops go by with a quick glance. Perhaps you catch a word here or there on the signs. Coffee sale, local inside, strings of words play together in your mind and paint a picture of your surroundings. It's a comfortable place to be. You have no cares and no worries. It's just you and the rhythmic feel of walking. 1 foot up and 1 foot down, and little words that give you a sense of what you're passing by. Your eyes take in a tall potted fern outside one of the storefronts. Another shop has rows and rows of books behind the glass. There are ones with blue bindings and others with yellow. Some are leather bound. A few lucky ones are standing on their own, showing off their artful covers to people walking by. On the corner, a charming little restaurant has put out tables and chairs. There are places set for 4 people to gather together and chat over a meal. Each table has a delicate purple candle in the center and a pair of salt and pepper shakers. You keep walking past a shop selling antique clothing and jewelry. A large silver brooch catches your eye, and you imagine who might have worn it long ago. And then, tucked back off the sidewalk, at the entrance to a small alleyway, you see a strange black sign. It has a hand-drawn arrow pointing down the narrow street, and it reads, Museum of Miniatures. This way. You try to imagine what that might be. Perhaps there are everyday objects, diminished in size or model, cars, trains, and planes. You have nowhere else to be today. Your time is entirely your own on a whim. You decide to follow the sign and see what curiosities this museum might hold. The alley follows a set of brick walls to its dead end against the concrete side of a building. Just before that, on the right, there is a little black door with a hand-painted sign. In elegant golden script, the sign informs you that you have arrived at the museum. Above the door is a small brass bell that tinkles softly as you enter. Inside, you find yourself in what seems to be an antiquated shop front. There is a short desk with an old leather chair and bookcases lined with reading material about the wonders of the world. Trinkets in the shape of famous landmarks are placed at random on the shelves. They each have a string and paper tag, souvenirs of your visit to this strange place. Looking around, you can't find the entrance. Behind the chair, there's a heavy velvet curtain with a long gold tassel. It's the only possible doorway. On the desk is a silver bell, and beside it, a note, scribbled in black ink. Ring bell for service. It reads, you tap the bell once with the palm of your hand. The sound is clear and cuts through the silence of the shop, echoing off the bookcases and walls. After a few seconds, a woman appears from behind the curtain. She has perfectly round glasses, and her hair is wrapped up in silver fabric. Welcome, she says, motioning you to come over. You tell her you saw the sign on the road and thought it might be fun to visit a new museum. She pulls off her glasses and absent-mindedly chews on one end of the frame. Oh, this museum isn't new, she says. Perhaps it's never been here before, but it certainly has been somewhere. You aren't sure what to make of this peculiar woman. She seems very nice, but you don't know what she means about the museum being somewhere else. Maybe it travels from place to place, you think, but that is a question for later. She rests her glasses on top of her head and sets about writing you an entrance ticket. Looking around, you realize that aside from electric lights, there is no modern technology in the room. It seems everything is done by hand. The whole shop has the ambiences of an older time, which is both odd and charming in its own way. She gives you a little scrap of thick paper with the words, "Admit one," in the same scrolled handwriting. Then she smiles and motions for you to walk through the curtain. You thank her and pull back the heavy fabric. Behind it, there is a long, dark hallway. 2 lines of flickering blue lights mark the edges of the floor. You follow them to a doorway, which opens onto an enormous room. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. There is no outside light in this space. It is pitch black, save for tiny white lights which twinkle near the ceiling, like stars above your head. They aren't connected to a string, so they seem to float freely in the air. They hang at different heights, which gives a sense of depth. For a moment, you feel as though you are floating in space, weightless and free. Below these twinkling stars are 100 different landscapes suspended above the ground. Perhaps they are resting on tables, but the darkness of the room makes it impossible to tell. Upon closer inspection, you realize how detailed they are. Each area is an entire city or landscape built to an unbelievably small scale. There are skyscrapers in the size of table lamps and tiny cars, like walnuts driving down ribbons of road. The designs are so intricate, it must be impossible. They were made by human hands. You think minuscule signs bear perfect lettering. The brush strokes are so fine, you imagine they could have been painted by fairies. The sight of it all takes your breath away. You pause for a moment, allowing this wondrous new environment to truly sink in. You scan the room, trying to decide where to start exploring. First, off to your right, you spot the Eiffel Tower, the perfect place to begin. Though it is small compared to its real-life counterpart. This impressive structure stands higher than your head. At eye level, you are able to peer in between the metal bars that make up its lacy frame. All 665 of its steps are shown in minute detail, as are the elevators, which could carry tiny passengers to the top. Trocado Square is visible below, with its long turquoise fountain, bordered on either side by stands of trees in the rich shades of autumn. The long arcs of the Shao Palace give way to a starburst of avenues heading out in 5 directions through Paris. You bend down to look more closely at these wide, imposing roads. You see, they are a snapshot of early evenings, with cars and buses lined up on the pavement, and bicycles weaving their way through the traffic. tiny people, no bigger than ants, meander down sidewalks, holding shopping bags. It is all so realistic, so perfectly constructed, that for a moment you forget you aren't actually there. It is only when you catch a glimpse of your own hand. Gargantuan, next to the palace gardens, that you realize you are only looking down from above. As if on cue, the Eiffel Tower is illuminated by a sparkling show of 20 Zen miniature light bulbs, exactly the same number that make the real tower come to life every night. You watch the meme display of lights that glimmer and shift in rolling, looping patterns up and down the mighty structure. You clap softly and then bid farewell to the Parisian night. The next stop on your journey is very different from your first. You find yourself in Mongolia, which is housed a little further into the room than Paris. You recognize it by its wide swath of mossy green. That is the steppe region of Mongolia, a vast expanse of open grassland covering much of the country. You walk over to the side of the display that is the capital city of Ulata. This is a low industrial town. Older architecture surrounds a more modern city center, where a few glass and metal buildings stand taller than the rest. It is surrounded by rolling green and brown hills, molded to perfection, with gentle slopes that flow into the outskirts of town. You move on from the city to the wild landscape of the Mongolian steppe. Thick lumps of hills rise up from open grasslands. Tiny gees or yurts stand alone in oceans of green. You bring your eye down close to the ground. The texture is so like. You can imagine a whistling wind sending ripples across the grass in this otherwise quiet and rural land. Your gaze travels from hill to hill until it lands on a shiny silver statue of a horse and rider. This is Genghis Khan, leader of the mighty Mongol Empire. If you were to visit this statue in person, it would tower over you at a height of 130. But here, it is the size of a toy. You are tempted to pick up the silver horse and rider and make them gallop across the grasslands they once ruled. Instead, you say goodbye to the north. It is time to move toward the equator, to warmer climates, and the ancient Mayan city of Chichen Itza. It stands in what is now Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, the crown jewel. Here is the square-edged pyramid called El Castillo, or the castle. Incredibly steep steps lead the way to the top of this impressive structure, which stands even with your chest. If you were to walk up it with the tips of your fingers, it would look as though your hand were rising almost vertically. What in actuality are massive stone blocks that form the boxy pattern on the sides of the pyramid are no larger than dried beans in this miniature model. As you inspect the details of the castle, you feel a sense of awe for the amount of work it must have taken to build it in real life. Even in its diminutive form, it is a work of art. How impressive it must be to stand below it and look up in wonder at this magnificent testament to the past, moving your focus up from Chichen Itza. You take a moment to look around the room. From where you are standing, you can see dozens of amazing monuments to human life. Off in the distance, the Tokyo Tower stands, tall and red. Burj Khalifa points like a needle into the sky above Dubai. Angkor Wat sits like a collection of pine cones over the vibrant green and blue landscape of miniature Cambodia. In a scaled-down Venice, a little limestone bridge of size sits no bigger than an orange slice above a till blue canal. Walking among these famous sites, you begin to appreciate their scale. You feel like a giant marching through a playground of child-sized cities. In any given place, your arm is as wide as a road, and your fingers like the tentacles of a giant sea monster clambering through a quiet suburb. But it is also undeniably beautiful. Here against the dark backdrop, these places seem like islands, great floating cities on a jet black sea, the stars twinkling overhead. Taking in the room as a whole, you realize something you hadn't noticed before. As time passes, the quality of the light over each of the landmarks seems to change. Places that were the buttercup yellow of early morning are now bright orange beneath a midday sun. Paris has turned from evening to night. The shops are quiet and the traffic minimal. You want to stay and explore every inch of this strange and wondrous place. But it is almost time to be heading home. You weave your way back through the cities of the world and head for the hallway with the blue lights. As almost to the door, something catches your attention. You walk over to a small display in the corner of the room. Leaning down, you see it depicts a little town quite like your own, or one you've traveled to before. There is a tiny storefront with a potted green fern, no bigger than an almond, on one side of the road. Beside it is a bookshop with little specks of books stacked in neat rows. A little further down the way, there is a charming restaurant on the corner. On the sidewalk, there are miniature tables and chairs. On each toy size table sits a pair of salt and pepper shakers, and a tiny purple candle. Just beyond it is an antique shop with vintage dresses and a large silver brooch in the window. And there, tucked back off the sidewalk at the entrance to a narrow alley, is a familiar black sign. It reads, "Museum of Miniatures. This way." You sense there is more to this place than meets the eye. Perhaps this is what the woman meant when she said the museum is always somewhere. You now know it has a magical quality to it that you cannot begin to understand. You feel lucky to have encountered its wonders when you did. You imagine that if you return to this very spot a week from now, you might not find a little black sign. Perhaps the museum is just passing through and will be on to new horizons by then. You take a final look at the familiar street and then out over the mesmerizing nightscape of floating cities. Then you turn and walk into the hallway. The twinkling blue lights lead you back to the thick curtain. It brushes against your shoulder as you pass through into the shop. The woman with the round glasses is seated on the old leather chair. She greets you warmly when you catch her eye. "Did you enjoy our very special museum?" she asks. You nod and smile and thank her for her hospitality. She stands up and walks over to the bookcase near the door with her back to you. She drops something into a little bag, which she hands to you on your way out. "You are welcome back anytime," she says, "if you can find the way." And with that, you leave the Museum of Miniatures behind and walk down the alley to the main street. You stroll past the antique store and the little cafe, past the bookshop and the store with the fern. As you walk, you feel a yawn coming on. You'll be grateful to be snuggled up in bed, fast asleep. You continue walking up and down streets until you come to the place where you are staying. You go inside the front door and set the bag the woman gave you down on the table. Then you get ready to go to sleep. You turn out the lights and carry the bag over to your bed. Sitting down, you open it up to see what's inside. There, you find a perfect miniature replica of the Eiffel Tower. It is so small, it can fit in the palm of your hand. If you look closely, you can see the 1,600 steps and the elevators that carry passengers up to the top. You marvel at the tiny details, and then, as if on cue, 20,000 light bulbs, no bigger than a grain of sand, shimmer and sparkle across it. You place this magical miniature on the nightstand by your bed and watch the lights dance in beautiful patterns as you fall into a deep and restful sleep. Tucked up in bed, with light rain falling outside the window, Lily begins to stir from a beautiful night's sleep. It's early, very early. The rain clouds above are only just beginning to reveal themselves in the dim light of dawn. Lily lets out a grateful sigh as she rises out of bed. Despite the early hour, her body and mind feels restored and content, ready to face the day. She tiptoes softly into the kitchen. She likes to be quiet at this time of the morning. It just feels right not to disturb anything. She pours herself a cup of strong black tea and adds in a little milk. As she stirs the liquid, she watches the milk froth and swell for a moment before it blends with the tea. Setting the steaming cup down in front of her, she sits on the wooden bench beneath the kitchen window. If the sun broke through the clouds, she'd have a clear view across the street to the neighbor's house. He likes to keep his front lawn trimmed neatly. He's often out there early in the morning in the weekend clipping stray blades of grass to form a perfect edge by the path. He's probably still asleep, though most people are, save for a few night hours. Lily sips her tea slowly, savoring the warm sensation on her tongue. A small cloud of steam floats above the mug in a wave-like motion. Cupping the tea in both hands, she holds it just below her chin, letting the steam warm her face. She starts every day the very same way, and she adores it. Once finished, Lily washes the mug in the sink and leaves it to dry on a bamboo rack. It's nearly time to set off and head to her bakery. Back to her bedroom, Lily dresses for the day. It looks chilly outside, so she makes sure to remember the thick woolen scarf and the felt hat that she received as a gift last year. She pulls it snug over the tops of her ears and wraps the scarf twice around her neck. 2 tassels hang loose over the front of her coat. She pulls on them to tighten the collar as she walks to the front door. With the rain still drizzling outside, Lily grabs her favorite umbrella to keep dry. It's a sunny yellow color with a curved handle that resembles a trombone. She loves how it brings a spot of brightness to an otherwise dull gray morning. The daylight is brightening, and the occasional bird song in the nearby trees begins to echo through the neighborhood. With the umbrella sheltering her head, Lily wanders out through her small front garden and onto the pavement beyond. The long, straight road that runs past her home stretches over a steady hill that Lily descends each morning. She hears the twinkling raindrops pat softly on the waterproof fabric. Above, Lily watches as the droplets form on top. They slide down the fabric one by one as her footsteps create small jaunts and vibrations in the umbrella. Lily treads carefully, avoiding puddles that dot the path. Her breath is visible on each exhale as it drifts into the cooler surrounding air. From the window of a house on her right, a small, white cat watches as Lily ambles along the sidewalk. It blinks slowly, as if wondering why she's out so early. Lily smiles as their eyes meet, but the cat's blank expression doesn't budge. As sweet as they are, cats don't seem too fussed about politeness, she thinks. As she continues on, the light drizzle turns to rain. The drops fall heavily on her umbrella. Now, thankfully, it's wide enough to keep her dry. Nevertheless, Lily quickens her pace, longing for the warmth of her beloved bakery. At the bottom of the hill, she turns left and crosses a small parking area. From her pocket, Lily pulls out a set of bronze keys. She inserts the smallest one into the lock of a brightly painted door. It's still too dark to see the intricate patterns painted on the wood, but Lily knows that they're there. The door opens with a creak. She shakes off her umbrella and leaves it to dry in a holder, thankful to be back in the warm feeling. For a light switch on her right, she flicks it on with her fingertip and watches the overhead bulbs blink to life. Lily walks through toward the back of the shop. Each and every she feels a sense of joy and pride as she strolls into her beautiful bakery. She pulls off her coat and hangs it on the colorful pegs by the back door. To her left, there's a display counter with polished glass sides. On the back wall, there's the espresso machine with its rows of mismatched cups lined up on top. Ahead, the room extends outward to reveal a modest seating area. There are just 6 tables with 2 or 3 chairs each. Looking out from behind the display counter, Lily takes in a deep breath. The scent of fresh white flour mixes with nutmeg and ginger. She can still detect the faintest aroma of citrus from yesterday's batch of lemon squares, which proved to be a big hit with her customers. The bakery in the morning is one of her favorite smells. It's slightly different every day, but always so comforting. Despite the chill outside, it's nice and toasty in here. The overhead light is soft and muted, complemented by several antique wall lamps that glow with a warm hue. Just one final touch, thinks Lily as she walks over to the far corner of the seating area, reaching down behind a chair. Her fingers brush a long, twisted cord as she pushes a plug into its wall socket. With that, scatterings of fairy lights twinkle all around, climbing across the upper walls and ceiling like the vines of a wisteria plant. Now the look and feel of Lily's bakery is just right. She looks out from the front window, for a moment watching and listening as the raindrops plunge into a few small puddles. The glow of the fairy lights subtly reflect off the wet surface. Outside, above the entrance, a gentle thud and patter of raindrops can be heard as the small canopy softens their fall. Lily walks back behind the counter. The display case is empty for now, but she'll soon have it filled with fresh bread cakes and pastries, as a couple of hours before opening time. So she heads into the kitchen to prepare here. The first thing to do is switch on the large oven, letting it heat while she prepares a variety of delectable items. Savory baguettes, ciabattas, and crusty rolls are all prepped to go. Plus sweet croissants, donuts, and her signature chocolate brownies will all be on today's menu. As well as this, Lily has a batch of dough on the worktop that's been rising overnight. Every evening, she mixes it in a large white container and leaves it covered on the side to let the yeast do its work. She removes the tea cloth covering the top of the large bowl. The warm, sticky dough has doubled in size and nearly reaches the top of the container. Already it smells delightful, but she knows that once it's baking in the oven, it will be even better. Lily scatters some flour across the surface of her wooden workt and pours out the mass of dough. She starts to work it with the palms of her hands, pulling and kneading it into shape. From beneath the worktop, she pulls out her heavy rolling pin. With some carefully applied pressure, the pin spreads and flattens the dough across the tabletop. Lily opens up her cupboard of spices and flavorings. For this batch, she prepares a mixture of cinnamon, along with a pinch of nutmeg and some cane sugar. She uses a fork to blend the ingredients together, breathing in the sweet scent of the cinnamon as it reaches her nostrils. Slowly, she dusts the powdery mix across the rectangle of dough. Then, using just the tips of her fingers, she begins to roll it into a long, fat rope shape that stretches across the length of the table. By the time she's done rolling it, it's as thick as her arm and has a perfect swirl of cinnamon sugar spiraling through it, like a pinwheel. Lily then pulls out a large dough knife and cuts the roll into generous wheels. She lays each one flat on a few silver baking trays, finishing them with an extra sprinkling of sugar. She places them carefully in the oven to bake. After just a few minutes, the rich aroma of cinnamon rolls begins to fill the bakery. They smell earthy and sweet, and have just the slightest hint of spice as they start to cook. From outside, Lily can hear the pitter-patter of the rain hitting the roof of her little shop. It's even stronger now. Perfect weather for ducks, but not anyone else. She feels all the more grateful to be in her bakery, with the soothing warmth of the large oven emanating through the kitchen. Now the cinnamon rolls are baking. It's time to start on the muffins. Today, she's making two kinds. First, her most popular blueberry muffins, which she bakes every day and often sells out of before noon. To accompany these today's other flavor is raspberry and cream, a new recipe that she's been fine-tuning at home. Lily measures out some flour into a deep metal bowl, then adds baking powder and salt. In her large yellow mixer, she blends sugar, butter, eggs, vanilla, and a splash of milk. Stirring slowly, being careful not to end up with a cloud of flour, she mixes the bowl of dry ingredients into the wet ones, separating the mixture into two bowls. Lily adds the finishing touches to both. In one, she pours a generous serving of fresh, rich blueberries supplied by her friends at a local farm shop. A bit of juice leaves some of the berries, making deep blue streaks in the cream-colored batter. In the other bowl, she repeats the same steps, but this time, juicy red raspberries turn the mixture to a pinkish color. She spoons in a few dollops of thick cream and gives everything a final stir. One by one, Lily fills the cups of a muffin tin with the sweet-smelling batter. She puts an extra blueberry and raspberry on top of each one and slides the trays into the oven. This time, Lily lets herself have the smallest taste of the raspberry and cream batter left on the spatula. After all, she wouldn't want it to go to waste. She smiles as the sweet, silky smooth mixture sits on her tongue. It's delicious, and she's sure her customers will love the new flavor. By now, the cinnamon rolls are just about ready to come out. She puts on a set of big, puffy mitts and pulls the trays out of the toasty oven. They smell absolutely divine. She always adores the smell of freshly baked dough, particularly when it's infused with cinnamon. After 10 minutes, cooling down, Lily uses a set of tongs to place the rolls on some plates. She lays them out in a well-presented formation, carries the first batch out to the serving area as she places the cinnamon rolls into the display cabinet. The glass fogs up a little. That's how you know they're fresh, thinks Lily. The blueberry muffins come out next, and the raspberry and cream ones are just behind. Lily sets them out in elegant rows beneath the cinnamon rolls. Blues, reds, and browns fill the case, and the delectable aroma of warm berries and cream wafts up from the shelves. Finally, she adds her brownies, croissants, and other breakfast treats, filling the display cabinet to full capacity, alongside the espresso machine. She has several baskets holding the baguettes and various other breads for those who prefer something savory. Lily smiles, looking at everything she's made from scratch. She's confident that her customers won't be able to resist these tasty options. A buzz of excitement washes over her as she wonders who will come into the bakery on this wet and windy day. It's time to open the shop. She walks over to the front door and turns the sign in the window. Open for business, it reads. Her first customer of the day is already outside, waiting under the shelter of the canopy. He's a kind, elderly gentleman who wears a flat cap, distinctive leather shoes, and as always, a cheerful smile. Just like every other day, he is clutching a newspaper in his right hand as Lily welcomes him into the cozy bakery. He comes every weekday morning for a cinnamon roll and a coffee. He doesn't even need to order anymore. Lily knows exactly what he likes. With the man's regular order comes the day's first brew of coffee. To add to the delightful aroma of baked dough, the becomes immersed in the intense smell of Colombian coffee beans. Lily always finds that the fragrance alone gives her a lift of energy, just what she needs at the start of the day. The man thanks her as she hands over his mug and plate. They exchange their regular pleasantries and talk about the dreary weather. He takes his usual seat in the back left corner of the shop and opens up his newspaper. Lily thinks of that seat as his seat now. He's one of the people that makes this bakery a second home to her. In fact, her regular customers are like an extended family. After all, she sees most of them every day. She knows their routines, their likes and dislikes, and it's her duty to help them start off their morning just right. Next through the door is the woman who always wears a purple scarf even on summer days. She orders a blueberry muffin and an espresso and sits one table away from the man. She's brought a book along with her, which she takes out of her small handbag and opens up to a page with a folded corner. Throughout the first hour, the shop fills up with Lily's morning regulars. A dad and his young daughter pop in. The little girl enjoys Lily's famous brownie, whilst Dad sips on a cappuccino. A couple who live just over the road stop by for a light snack and purchase a baguette to accompany their lunch and dinner. For the next 2 days, Lily knows each one of them by name and loves seeing them return time and time again. That's when you know you're doing something right. A small bell on the door signals the arrival of every new customer. Today, each one enters with a flustered expression, glad to be in the dry and out of the rain. There's a slight chill in the air that comes in through the open door, but the warm air from the ovens and the comforting smells of bread cakes and coffee beans soon make up for it. Lily watches as her bakery plays host to dozens of smiling faces. The glass shop front gradually steams up as the warm air within counteracts the cooler air outside. Children, sitting with their parents by the window, draw smiling faces in the steamed glass and peer out at the pouring rain. On days like this, there's a particularly homely atmosphere here. Everybody seems even more grateful to be in the snug armchairs, enjoying a tasty treat while the rain patters on the roof. And herself is especially grateful. Despite the weather, her loyal customers have still ventured out to her bakery and made all her efforts worthwhile. As the day goes by, she continues to bake sweet treats and fresh breads. There's olive and rosemary, cassia and sun-dried tomato and basil, flatbread. There are chocolate chip cookies and delicate sponges with jam and cream centers. By the afternoon, Lily is making pies and sausage rolls. It's fun work, playing with different ingredients and baking. Such a variety. She enjoys keeping busy and ensuring there is something fresh for every customer throughout the day. Not to mention, nothing beats the smell of all those treats in the oven. One by one, each visitor delights in the experience of Lily's charming bakery on this rainy day. They take their time to sit, relax, and savor every mouthful of their favorite treat. Many of them try the raspberry and cream, muffins and all approve of the new recipe. There aren't many better places to be on days like this. Lily feels proud to bring her local community together, no matter the weather. By the time Lily turns off the oven for the day, it's nearly evening. The rain has finally eased off outside. There's even a glimmer of sunlight breaking through the clouds. A few customers are still sitting inside, enjoying a late afternoon tea. She sells off some final items and packs up the rest for tomorrow. As she waves goodbye to her last customers, Lily wanders outside to the front of her shop. Remnants of the earlier downpour continue to drip from the awning above. The smell of rain, soaked pavements, mixes with the sweet aromas of her bakery. She feels the sun on her face as it begins to set over the trees and buildings opposite. With a deep breath in, Lily stretches her arms above her head and feels her muscles relax. Another successful day in her quaint little bakery before she can close up and stroll home. There's one last thing to do. Lily heads back to the kitchen to prepare the sticky dough for her cinnamon rolls tomorrow. She mixes up the few ingredients she needs and leaves it to rest in the large white container. Then she has a quick clean and sweep around the seats and tables. She switches off the espresso machine and stacks the newly cleaned cups back on top. Finally, she unplugs the fairy lights in the corner. Then, with the flick of the light switch, the bakery falls into darkness for the night. Lily grabs her yellow umbrella and locks the door behind her as she heads out into the cool evening air. On her return journey, she doesn't have to worry about opening the umbrella. The skies have cleared, and the setting sun illuminates the damp, shiny rooftops all around. Up the hill, she goes past the house with the white cat, and ever closer to the comfort of her home. At the top of the hill, she turns towards her house and wanders inside. Her legs are tired, and her feet are achy. As she takes off her shoes for the first time since leaving this morning, Lily feels a sense of relief. She loves everything about her work as a baker, but she's always glad to get home and rest her legs, just like all of her wonderful customers, spending some time to relax in her shop. This was Lily's chance to unwind. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Lily feels herself beginning to drop off on her cozy sofa. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she decides that it's time for bed. She'll be up before most. Once again, tomorrow morning, she'll see the same white cat as she descends the hill. The same elderly man with his morning paper, and the same lady with her purple scarf. She'll see all of the loyal customers that she thinks of as her extended family. For now, it's time to rest and recharge. As the night fades, and a gentle drizzle falls once more outside, Lily switches off her bedside lamp and closes her eyes with a soft, comforting patter of raindrops falling on the roof. She drifts into a soothing, deep sleep. The street lamps glow with a warm, yellow light. Although you're in a large city, you can still just about detect the familiar hum of crickets beneath the urban soundscape. There are the distant sounds of traffic and people making their way along other streets, heading to dinner, before a late night show, or just out for an evening stroll. But the side street you're on is quiet. A car passes by every now and then, but for the most part, you've only seen a handful of people walking their dogs or on their way to more bustling avenues. In front of you, a tall building with a glass facade stretches up towards the darkening sky. Passing clouds overhead are illuminated by the lights of the city, which paint them in shades of white, amber, pink, and even blue. In some places, for a moment, you turn your back to the building and look to the skyline. Beyond your street, the city sprawls out around you on all sides. Little lights twinkle on and off as come and go from the office, back home, or maybe to visit a friend. Those working the night shift are just starting their day. You see a few lights on in skyscrapers, in the distance, just as others dim. There's always so much life and vitality in a city. You think it's invigorating in a way knowing there are thousands of other people out there living their lives just as you are. Although you only know a handful of people here, you feel connected to everyone sharing this part of your life's journey with you. Even from afar, with a sigh of contentment, you turn back to the building, whose glass reflects the lights of the city and the night sky with its ethereal clouds. There is no sign to mark the reflective surface in front of you, just a number. You found the address almost by accident. It was written on a flyer affixed to a street lamp with tear-away tabs hanging off the bottom, advertising a place enticingly called the Rooftop Spa, with no other plans set. For this evening, you figured it would be the perfect time to come and see this curious place for yourself. The door is made of mirrored glass, although you can tell there are lights on within the building. You can't see anything but your own reflection and that of the city behind you. A long, polished metal bar serves as a handle. There's no time like the present, you tell yourself, and you reach out your hand and gently push open the door. The soothing glow of warm white lighting greets you. As the glass door swings inward, you step inside, letting the door close softly behind you. For a moment, you stand still and take in your surroundings as your eyes adjust to the light. After the darkness of night, outside, you seem to be standing in an elegant lobby. There are a few plants in large, white ceramic pots on either side of the door. Each plant has tall, fern-like leaves that add a charming touch of green to an otherwise white and cream-colored space. Ahead of you is a bank of elevators. Each one is decorated with gold trim. The same shiny gold also colors the buttons to push for going up or down, and the light fixtures overhead. As far as you can tell, there's nothing else here in the lobby. No reception desk, no hallways leading to other places. Just the elevators and you. The floor is marble, and your footsteps echo lightly as you make your way towards the nearest lift. You consider for a moment before pressing the button with the arrow pointing up. You are going to the rooftop spa, after all. Within seconds, a delicate chiming noise lets you know the gleaming white doors will be opening soon. When they do, they reveal a glass elevator within, trimmed with gold. Everything shines as though it's all been recently polished. You step inside and turn to face the panel of buttons. At the very top, you find one marked with the simple letter R, elegant engraving. Beside it reads, Rooftop Spa. You push it gently and hear the same delicate chime before the doors close. With only a whisper as it engages, the glass lift begins, whisking you up to the topmost floor. As it carries you higher at an easy pace, you are given the chance to fully appreciate how this building was designed. The transparent paneling provides the perfect view through the glass exterior of the building itself. You watch, mesmerized, as the city spreads out beneath you, its lights twinkling onto the horizon. This long after sunset, you see there's only the faintest glimmer of the evening sun in the far distance, a deep orange blue that's fading to black as night takes hold. Looking up above the spires and towers of the city, above the apartments, shop, billboards, and office towers, you see a night sky dotted with twinkling stars. A few long, lingering clouds drift slowly over the city, reflecting its light back to it as they pass. The view is truly spectacular. With every floor you ascend, you can see more of the city. Taxis and other vehicles grow smaller as you climb until they're just multicolored specks far below. The traffic lights and illuminated signboards look more like fairy lights from up here. So small, they could decorate a window at home. You glide upwards as though you're going to meet the stars until the elevator slows to an easy halt. The delicate chime sounds again when the doors open. This time, you find yourself in an elegant waiting area. Each corner of the room is decorated with large leafy plants, like the ones downstairs. A few hanging vines grace the walls behind them. On one side, you see a check-in desk and the same fanciful script engraved inside the lift. You see the name, the rooftop emblazoned in gold on the front of it. The wall behind the desk is covered from floor to ceiling in a stunning waterfall fountain. Curtains of water stream down the glass into a small pool at the bottom. For a moment, you close your eyes and take in the quiet flow of the water. The sound of the fountain puts your mind at ease. You take a deep breath in, welcoming the newfound sense of calm into your body, and then let it out, feeling refreshed. When you open your eyes again, you see that there is now someone standing behind the desk to greet you. She smiles at you warmly and invites you to come over. You tell her about finding the address of the spa and how the name made you curious to come and see what it has to offer. Many people end up here that way, she tells you. It's somewhat of a hidden gem, she adds, saying that she's glad you found your way here tonight. She explains that there are many offerings, but the one she always recommends to newcomers is the Starlight Special. You'll have time to enjoy one of the best rooms here at the spa and end with a dip in the pool under the stars. It sounds perfectly relaxing, you tell her. She hands you a robe and some complimentary slippers, then points you to a hole on the left. That's where you'll begin. Once you're ready, she says. You thank her for her time, and with a contented smile, make your way down the hall. The first door leads you to a changing room. You put on the robe, which is unbelievably soft and snuggly. It has large pockets and a deep hood, which you pull up and rub gently against your cheeks, enticing a satisfied smile to cross your face. Sliding the hood back again, you step into the matching slippers, which are the perfect size. Then you sit down on a simple yet elegant bamboo bench. It looks as if it's been made from a single piece of wood, bent and carved into just the right shape. You follow the lines of the bench in your mind, considering how it might have been made, and feel your mind drifting into restful thoughts. Lingering concerns from the day have evaporated in the tranquil environment of this place. Now your mind is open to curiosity and creative tangents. It's as though your mind and body both have a chance to breathe in and out, without rushing to keep pace with a busy day. As you breathe, you notice the soothing scent of lavender in the air, bringing with it a wave of relaxation that spreads throughout your body. You feel your eyes closing as you focus on the gentle scent. You are fully present in this moment, in these surroundings, here at the rooftop spa. Soon you hear the sound of quiet footsteps in the hall and open your eyes. The woman who greeted you earlier has returned to take you to the first spa room. You stand up from the bamboo bench and follow her down the hall. She turns right, guiding you to a dimly lit room on the left. Once your eyes have adjusted to the lower lighting, she ushers you into an adjoining room that takes your breath away. Two entire walls of the room are made of glass. You can almost see the whole city from up here. At its center is a hot tub with bubbling jets. The water has been scented with lavender, which is carried by the steam throughout the room. A narrow bamboo path leads from the doorway to the tub, but the most striking part of the room is the glittering display of candles. Hundreds of white pillar candles decorate the floor. Their flames flicker and dance, reflecting in the glass and mirroring the lights of the city outside. Looking up, you see the ceiling is made of mirrored glass, creating the illusion of stars twinkling in the night sky with every candle flame. For as long as you'd like, this room is yours, she tells you. You gaze in awe at the candle-lit scene, and then thank her before she leaves the room. You make your way down the bamboo path between rows and rows of glimmering candles, the way each flame moves slightly differently from all the rest reminds you of fireflies blinking in the night. At the end of the path is the tub, which is perfectly square. It's raised off the ground and lined on the outer edge with bamboo slats that serve as benches. Should you want to take a break from the tub, the calming scent of lavender is strong here, but not overpowering. If you close your eyes, you can imagine you're standing in a field of lavender bushes, swaying a midsummer breeze. But soon the steam and gentle sound of the jets bring you out of your reverie and back to the present moment. You take a deep breath in, feeling the way the fragrant air enters your nose, and then exhale, detecting the complexities of the aroma as it mixes with the steam. Now you're ready to step in. You rest for a moment on the bamboo bench along the edge before slowly dipping your feet into the tub. Warmth spreads through your whole body as soon as the bubbling, frothing water touches the soles of your feet. Not wanting to rush the process, you dangle your feet just at the top of the water, feeling the bubbles roil and churn beneath your toes. Then you calmly lower your feet into the water. First the soles, then your toes and heels, all the way up to your ankles. You shift your weight on the bench until the water reaches your shins and calves. And finally, you decide the time has come. You lower yourself completely into the tub, giving in to the clear, lavender-scented water as it surrounds and supports your body. After a few moments, you shift until the jets are gently massaging your lower back and shoulder blades. With every stream of bubbles and hot water, you feel your muscles loosen and relax. Once you're settled, you gaze out through the glass at the city below. Skyscrapers look down over apartment blocks, which tower above parks filled with bushy-looking trees that glow silver in the moonlight. The cars move in streams of headlights and tail lights, white and red, as they crisscross the busy streets. Up above, light from the city sets the sky aglow, though you can still see a wonderful collection of stars peeking out from behind the wayward clouds, drifting across the nighttime expanse. For a while, you get lost in the tranquility of this moment. You aren't sure how long you spend in the bubbling hot tub, watching the city sparkle down below. But eventually, you feel you could move on to another part of the spa. It's warm in this tub, and something cooler might be nice to finish off your relaxing evening. You climb out of the hot tub and wrap your soft robe around you, snuggling down into its fuzzy embrace. Soon, the woman from the desk returns. The last experience of the night will be happening outside, she says with a smile. It's an intriguing thought, and you're excited to see where you're going next. She leads you out of the candle-lit room and down another hallway. At the end of the hall, she pushes a long metal bar to open a glass door. You follow her through the door and onto the rooftop. There's a light breeze out here that makes you grateful for your warm, snuggly robe and matching slippers. It isn't too cold, though. It's perfect for this kind of night. She continues on past wicker armchairs, decorated with plump cushions, past a handful of plants in the same white ceramic pots, and past a couple of daybeds, perfect for lounging out here in the afternoon. She stops in front of the most stunning swimming pool you've ever seen. It's an infinity pool that gives swimmers the illusion of being right at the edge of the roof. And of all the places you've seen tonight, it has the very best view of the city. Again, you're welcome to use it for as long as you'd like, she tells you, before heading back inside. You thank her for all her kind hospitality, and then turn back to the pool. It's glowing, a striking turquoise blue, with soft lights shimmering underneath the water. First, you dip your toe in to check the temperature. The pool is heated, so you don't have to worry about getting chilly up here on the roof. You take your time, getting in using a set of shallow stairs that lead down into the waiting area. At the bottom of the steps, the water only comes up to your waist, so you decide to move to a deeper area. Soon, you're able to float. You bring your legs up underneath you and do a few lazy swells with your feet before lying back and floating with your eyes facing the sky. It is filled with so many stars tonight. It would be impossible to count them all, even if you floated here for hours. Instead, you find a few of your favorite constellations and watch the way the clouds drift in front of them on the gentle breeze. The warm water holds you like a cozy blanket as you drift across the surface of the pool, letting the gentle current take you where it will. You focus your mind on the way the water laps against your back and the familiar scent of the pool and the steam rising from it in the night air. You focus on the stars and the clouds, the temperature, and the many sensations on your skin. In this moment, you are grateful for all of the beauty that surrounds you, for the pool, the sky, and the city itself. And in your mind, you say a few words of kindness to yourself. After all, it was you who found this location and made the decision to try something new tonight. It can be easy to underestimate the power of small decisions, but tonight you feel gratitude for them and for the way they have led you to this wonderfully calming and centering place. This gratitude fills your mind with a sense of peace and tranquility. Your heart is full and open, once again, feeling how interconnected you are with every other person in this city. This place is part of your life's journey now, as are all of the people bringing the city to life. Tonight, you find your balance and sit up, paddling closer to the far end of the infinity pool. Here you rest, your head on your arms, and gaze out at the city and the stars in the night sky. You're welcome to stay here for as much time as you desire, and can head home to bed when you're ready for sleep. But for now, you'll enjoy the calming view and the feeling of the warm water around you. You are completely at peace. Here at the rooftop spa, the rhythmic sound of gentle rainfall ushers Lily out of dreams and into wakefulness. Colors, patterns, sounds, and textures mix together in her mind as she drifts in and out of quiet consciousness. Memories of delicate summer sunlight become a curtain of dancing lights behind her eyelids, which fades to gray as Lily blinks her eyes open. Her bedroom is dark and familiar. Lily often rises before the sun in time to get to the bakery and put the first batch of cookies in the oven before her customers begin to arrive. She turns over in bed, pulling the covers up to her chin as she curls into a ball on her side. She snuggles down into their comforting warmth, savoring the last few moments of calm before the day truly starts. With a sigh, she studies the soft folds of fabric near her face. The covers rise and fall in peaks and valleys, soft and changeable. In these still moments, her mind is able to notice the small things, the movement of her chest as she breathes, the patterns in the rumpled sheets, the cozy tapping of the rain against the window. Once the day begins in earnest, it's easy for these tiny details to go unnoticed. Lily tries to be intentional about slowing down, even when things are hectic. But in the early morning, it comes naturally. There are no distractions, no surprises, nothing needing immediate attention. It's just Lily, her bedroom, and the rain outside moving through time slowly and calmly. With a yawn, she stretches and dangles her legs over the side of the bed. She scrunches her toes into the plush slippers on the floor, and putting her palms on her thighs and pressing slightly, she stands up. Though her mind is a little sleepy, Lily enjoys these quiet minutes to herself. Her morning routine is both comfortable and comforting, though she doesn't mind mixing things up every once in a while. But this morning, she'll keep to her usual pattern. She thinks into the kitchen for a cup of tea and a few moments watching the still slumbering neighborhood through her window. She pads softly out of the bedroom. She puts on the kettle and shakes a bit of loose black tea into her tea bowl, screwing on the metal cap with the tiniest of squeaks. When the water is boiling, she pours it over the tea, watching as a deep, rich brown color seeps from the leaves, spilling out in the swells and fans. A splash of milk goes in next, and the tea turns cloudy. Lily carries the cup over to her favorite place by the window. Sitting down, she peers through the glass. The sun rises earlier at this time of year. The faintest hint of buttery yellow illuminates the edges of the ever-present rain clouds. Soon, everyone in the nearby houses will be waking up. But as always, Lily is the first aside from the few neighborhood cats patrolling their homes in darkness. She sips her tea, her mind blissfully clear. She takes in details as they appear, but spends no time mulling over them. A green leaf dances in the street. Streams of rainwater trickle down the glass and into one another like lace. The refrigerator hums quietly in the background. Her clock, in the shape of a cat with a moving tail, ticks rhythmically. A gentle breeze delicately rustles the branches of the tree in the yard. She hears herself take a sip of tea and swallow it. Her free hand moves gently on the wooden seat, making a soft shushing sound. When she readjusts the seat, cacks slightly. This is what her morning sounds like and looks like. Quiet, uncomplicated, rhythmic and serene. It's only when she realizes her cup is empty and the tea is gone that Lily is moved to start the rest of the day. It almost feels like her mind clicks on, ready to think about what needs to happen next, rather than simply experiencing what goes on as it happens. She stands up and walks to the sink, where she washes out her cup and leaves it to dry on the bamboo rack. Then she makes her way into the bedroom and picks out what she'll wear today. Sliding her feet into comfortable boots and pulling a raincoat around her shoulders, she is ready to head out the door. Lily locks the front door with a click. She takes her umbrella with the handle shaped like a duck's head and pops it open. Gentle raindrops make a hollow, pattering sound on the fabric as she walks down the road towards the bakery. As she passes by the neighbor's house, she looks in the window and sees two familiar faces gazing out. A black cat and a white cat sitting side by side. Their eyes follow her as she ambles down the road. The tip of the white cat's tail twitching slightly, back and forth. Lily waves to the cats, who blink slowly, and then turn to find other amusements inside their home. Before long, she arrives at the bakery. Its colorful door issues a bright welcome, especially on this drizzly morning. She unlocks the door, wipes her feet on the mat, and leaves her umbrella to dry in the stand. After these routine tasks are complete, she takes some time to appreciate her surroundings. She has a special place in her heart for this particular moment. When she first opens the bakery in the early hours of the morning, the scents of yesterday's baking linger in the air. There's the yeasty aroma of fresh bread, the sharp tang of lemon and blueberry from a batch of muffins, and the warm, familiar undercurrent of cinnamon. She can also smell the wood of the furnishings and the dampness left by her boots on the floor. It's a cozy mix of aromas that tells Lily she's in one of her favorite places, the bakery. Taking a deep breath, Lily heads over to a cord hanging on the wall. She reaches for it and plugs it in, watching dozens of fairy lights twinkle to life above her. Now the day is truly ready to begin, she thinks to herself, and what a special day it will be if you can get everything done in time. A little voice in the back of her mind nudges her. She smiles and shakes her head. Sometimes that little voice is helpful, but other times it's best to just trust the process and know you have the experience required to do what needs to be done. She tells herself, what needs to be done today is a lot of delicate work with fine details. That's because she's making dozens of small treats for the official second grand opening of the bookshop next door. Lily thinks back to the first grand opening months ago. It was a stormy autumn day. She'd made a number of carrot cakes and was in the process of frosting them when the power went out. In fact, the storm knocked out the power to the whole block, and torrential rainfall flooded the bookshop. Lily's customers ran next door to help gather books off the floor and bottom shelves to save them from the water. And once they had, everyone came back to the bakery for some carrot cake by the light of candles. Rose had set up all around. It was quite a night, she recalls. Since then, Simon, the new owner of the bookshop, had been working diligently to fix it up. It had the water-damaged carpet taken out, revealing beautiful old hardwood floors. An unexpected but nice surprise, it told her, and he'd replaced many of the old bookshelves with newer, sturdier ones. The flood had really just encouraged him to do an earlier than expected renovation, he said. So it turned out all right. But now it's time for the second grand opening, the grand reopening, and Lily has baking to do. Her plan is to make 7 dozen petty, 4 little bite-sized cakes for the party next door. She's only previously made petty for once. Delicate confections aren't usually what she's drawn to, but they really are the most perfect party treat, she thinks. Small, elegant, appealing, and delightfully decorated. When she first heard the term petit four, as a child, she thought they always came in four, rather than 3 or 5. But when she was older, she learned that the name actually means small oven in French. In the 18th and 19th centuries, baking was often done in large coal or wood-fired stone or brick ovens. It was harder to control exact temperatures in those types of ovens. So when the fire was roaring and at its hottest, cooks would prepare things like meats and main dishes. That was called gruor, or big oven. And once it had begun to cool down, it was called petit, small oven. And they would make more delicate items like pastries. Lily plans to make white chocolate dipped vanilla, petit four with piped rosettes on top. They'll look like tiny boxes, snow white in color, with elegant pink frosted flowers on top. Lily has read countless petit for recipes. Many of the more traditional ones call for the little cakes to be covered in fondant, but she prefers the taste of white chocolate, even if it means they don't look quite as picture perfect. Trying on an apron, she heads to the pantry to gather the shelf-stable ingredients. There she finds sugar flour, salt, baking powder, as well as white melting chocolate, coconut oil, powdered sugar, and vanilla extract. And from the refrigerator, she gathers butter, eggs, and milk. She'll begin by making the cake. It will have to chill for several hours before she can cut it and dip the pieces in chocolate. And finally, once the chocolate glaze has set, she'll be able to decorate them. First, she preheats the oven. Then she takes the ingredients over to her large stand mixer. Lily starts by creaming together the butter and sugar and adding the eggs one by one until they're fully incorporated. Next, she sifts together the dry ingredients. She uses an old-fashioned sifter given to her by her father many years ago. She turns the handle on the side, and the sifter makes a gentle, grinding, rumbling sound as the flour, baking powder, and salt tumble through the mesh, mixing together in the process. When the dry ingredients are combined, she adds them to the butter and sugar mixture, alternating with the milk. Wet, dry, she whispers to herself as she makes the additions. Finally, she adds the vanilla at the very end. It's not an elaborate recipe by any means, but it makes the perfect vanilla cake base for the white chocolate glaze. Sometimes simple is best, Lily thinks with a smile. She wipes her hands on her apron, her palms leaving behind streaks of white flour on the black fabric. Grinning, she pats her apron a bit harder, sending up a small cloud of flour. It's something she used to love to do as a child, when baking was half play. And it always makes her happy now to fall back into those memories by doing something a little silly as she works with the oven ready. She pours the cake batter into a greased sheet pan. It will bake until a toothpick inserted in the middle comes out clean. There is something so relaxing about making an easy cake. I've made 1,000 times before Lily muses as she gazes out the window. It's still drizzling outside, tiny droplets splattering against the glass when the breeze picks up. There are no exceptionally large puddles on the street outside, but several small ones dot the pavement here and there. The sun has finally risen now, though it's mostly hidden behind the gray clouds. Every now and then, a sliver of sunlight peeks out from behind gloomy wisps of cloud. In those moments, the puddles on the ground are rimmed with gold, and the water droplets on the leaves of the trees shine and sparkle. It's a magical sight, as though the whole world has been sprinkled in fairy dust, Lily thinks to herself. And then, as quickly as it came, the sun disappears once again behind the clouds. As she's considering the changeable weather, a sound at the door pulls her from her thoughts. It's Seamus here for his morning coffee and cinnamon roll. He's often the first customer of the day, and seeing him never fails to bring a smile to Lily's face. "Cloudy morning," he says, by way of a greeting. "But I reckon it'll shape up to be a fine day by afternoon." Lily grins, handing him his coffee and roll. She hopes it will be a nice afternoon, she tells him, especially since it's the grand reopening of the bookshop. "I'll be sure to stop by and pick something up to read. After all, I could use some new poetry," he says, patting his coat pocket. Lily isn't sure why he pats his pocket. Perhaps he used to carry a book of poetry with him. Those books are often smaller than the other kinds, she recalls. She likes to think of Seamus as a bit of an old romantic. A book of poems at hand certainly fits the bill. Maybe she'll ask him another day, but for now, she has to make the frosting. As Seamus takes his usual seat by the window and pours out his newspaper to read, Lily combines powdered sugar, butter, milk, and vanilla, and whips it together until it's the right consistency. It has to be thick enough to hold its shape when it's piped onto the cakes, but not so thick that it has trouble coming out of the piping bag. Once the frosting is done, she carefully adds a few drops of food coloring. It seeps into the white frosting, turning it a soft rose petal. Pink. Perfect, she thinks. Just then, the oven timer beeps. Lily slides on a pair of oven mitts and pulls out the cake. She tests the center with a toothpick, which comes out clean. As the cake cools on a wire rack, Lily gets to work preparing some of the other goodies she'll be offering at the bakery today. Almost without thinking, she puts together a double batch of chocolate chip cookies. She's made thousands of cookies over the years. I could probably bake these. Start to finish with my eyes closed, she thinks, with a grin. Once the cake is cool enough, she cuts it into small cubes. These she places in the freezer to chill for a couple of hours. That way, they'll stand up to the melted chocolate coating. While she waits for the cake to chill, she makes blueberry muffins and a savory yogurt and herb quick bread. Several regular customers come and go. They order hot chocolates, lattes and cappuccinos, oat milk, coconut milk. Half and half is poured over and over again. Lily falls into the rhythm of espresso drinks, grinding the beans, flicking the little lever to dispense the grounds, tamping them down in the round holder, and knocking it gently into the machine, filling the cold metal cup with milk, and lifting it up to the steamer, which hisses and spluts as it heats the liquid. Then finally, pouring the frothy milk into the espresso shots and watching them swirl together in soft patterns. Her fingertips always smell a bit like espresso. She's noticed over the years. No matter how many times she washes them with soap and lemon, there's always a hint of it there. She doesn't mind, though. It's just part of who she is, through and through. The hours float by Lily as she does the tasks she loves to do. Before she knows it, it's time to take the cake cubes out of the freezer. Before she does that, she pulls out her trusty double boiler and sets it on the stove in it. She pours the melting chocolate and a bit of coconut oil. She stirs them together and watches as they liquefy. It's the typical mid-afternoon long, which is helpful for Lily. Minutes go by without any new customers, and the ones already inside are engrossed in reading or enjoying their treats and drinks. She can relax a bit as she stirs the melting chocolate, savoring the meditative act of circling the pot with a spatula over and over again. Soon, it's the perfect consistency. She removes the chocolate from the heat and pulls the cake cubes from the freezer. Quickly and methodically, she dips the cake in the chocolate, covering it on all sides. Other than the bottom, she sets the cubes on a wire rack one by one to cool and harden. When she's done, there is a flock of snow-white treats perched on racks like birds on a wire. Just then, a familiar face appears on the other side of the counter. Lily smiles as Simon asks for a hot chocolate. If it wouldn't be too much trouble. No trouble at all, Lily assures him. He notices the nearly finished cakes behind her. His smile mirrors her own. He hadn't asked her to bake anything for his grand reopening, but she'd told him it was only right to have a little special something for people who stopped by. She'd made carrot cakes for the first grand opening, so it really made sense for her to do something doubly special the second time around. After a bit of protesting, he'd relented. Lily could tell he didn't want to be a bother, but it made her genuinely happy to think of him being able to celebrate his bookshop in style, especially after a flood. Handing him his hot chocolate, she gestures to the petit four behind her. "I'll bring them over as soon as they're decorated," she says. Simon nods and thanks her before hurrying back to the bookshop to prepare for the opening. As Lily is turning around, her elbow catches the bowl of frosting. It clatters to the ground, its contents splattering all over the floor and nearby cabinets. Seamus looks up from the book he's reading. He's long since finished his morning paper. "Need any help over there?" he asks. "Everything's fine," she tells him. "I've just had a little mishap with my frosting." Lily bends down and begins to clean up the mess. She scrapes out the bowl and wipes down the floor and cabinets. When she's finished, she heads to the pantry to gather more ingredients. She'll have to remake the frosting. Hopefully, there's enough time to get it all done. The little voice in her mind nudges again. Inside the pantry, Lily frowns. She thought she had another bag of powdered sugar, but the place on the shelf where she keeps it is empty. She knows there's not enough time to go out to the shop and buy more, and she can't leave the bakery unattended. Perhaps she could make another kind of frosting, she wonders. But she either doesn't have enough time or enough of one ingredient for any of them. Heading back behind the counter, she looks at the little cakes. They seem so incomplete, she thinks, sighing. Seamus hears the sigh and stands up. Walking over to the counter, he asks her what's wrong, and she explains that she needs to decorate the petit four in time for the celebration next door. It wouldn't be the worst thing to serve them as they are, she tells him, but they'd look so much better with pretty little flowers, like she'd planned. Seamus, thoughtful. "I'll be right back," he says, as he walks out the door. A few customers come and go as Lily contemplates the plain cubes of cake. She'll have to make do, she tells herself. They'll still taste good, she knows, but she can't help but feel disappointed. The clock above the oven ticks, and the time of the grand reopening grows nearer. The light rain pats against the glass outside, and the dull gray clouds hang low. It looks like Seamus was wrong this time, she thinks to herself. It's not turning out to be a very nice afternoon. Lily begins to pluck the tiny cakes from the wire rack and set them on decorative plates. As she's resigning herself to serving white cakes on white plates, Seamus returns, grasping something carefully. Between his palms, he winks at Lily, and opens his hands, sending dozens of tiny rain-is purple blooms tumbling over the counter. Lily gasps. They're violets, she realizes. And violets are edible, Seamus says, as though reading her thoughts. They'll be absolutely perfect, Lily says, taking his hands in her own. She thanks him over and over again, but he brushes off the praise with a wave. We can't have our favorite baker disappointed on such a special occasion. Now can we? He says. Lily smiles broadly and gathers up the flowers. She heats up a little more white chocolate and uses a toothpick to dab a tiny amount on each cake. Carefully, she places a single violet in every drop of soft chocolate. Before long, the simple white petit four look absolutely beautiful. Rather than being plain, they've transformed into something truly elegant. Glancing at the clock, Lily realizes it's time to be heading next door. She calls out to Seamus, inviting him to join her. After all, he was the one who saved the day. He'd be happy to, he tells her, as he picks up a plate of petit four. Together, they walk through the connecting door between the two shops when Simon sees them. His eyes crinkle at the edges, and he beams. They're beautiful, he says, pointing to the petit four. Lily and Seamus set out the plates on a table nestled between two large oak bookshelves. Lily looks around the shop, like the simple cakes. It's been transformed into something truly lovely. Dark hardwood floors gleam in the gentle light of antique glass. Lamps, books of all sizes and styles, line row after row of sturdy shelves. In every corner, there are comfortable chairs, perfect for cozying up with a good book. But while Lily's attention is inside the shop, Seamus looks outside. Since they left the bakery, the rain has stopped, and through the panes of the glass, a beautiful double rainbow spreads over the town. I thought, so he says, catching Lily's eye. It really has shaped up to be quite a fine day. And together they watch as Simon begins to welcome the first guests at the front door. Outside, snowflakes fall from the sky like tiny feathers. A delicate mass sticks to the wooden windowsill and to the branches of the tall green pine trees in the distance. There's already a soft blanket of white on the ground where you just walked moments ago. It's perfectly smooth and untouched. Like you, the other guests made their way inside just as the heavy clouds began to release their bounty. Any footprints left earlier in the day have already disappeared beneath the newly fallen snow. The vision of the wintry landscape out the window sends a pleasant tingle down your spine. It encourages you to pull your knit sweater closer around you. But while it may be cold out there, inside here you are cozy and warm. Of all the rooms in the lodge, this one is your favorite. You stumbled upon this library on the second day of your stay. Here, you were out on a peaceful afternoon, stroll through the winter garden, which is tucked away behind the large greenhouse. From there, you had a full view of the lodge itself. You remember the intricacies of the stone and wood exterior. The slanted roof looked picture perfect against the slate gray sky. As you studied the building, you noticed a warm glow emanating from a window at the back of the lodge. Through the glass, you saw rows and rows of books stacked neatly on tall shelves. That moment, you knew you had to explore it for yourself. And so, when you came back inside, you searched the corridors until you found it. You passed the study and the sitting room, the conservatory, and a music room with a grand piano. Then you saw the same warm glow pouring out from beneath a heavy wooden door at the end of the hall. You reached out, grasped the sturdy brass handle, and pulled it open to reveal a magnificent library. Shelves of books stood tall and straight, stretching from the dark hardwood floor to the peaked ceiling high above. To your left was a large hand-carved desk with a blot and inkwell and a fine tipped pen. But it didn't seem out of date. The old-fashioned desk fit perfectly with the ambience of the room. And as you stood there, you felt transported to a different time. One of handwritten letters and long winter nights spent telling tales by the fire. You stepped even further into the room and marveled at the beauty of the walls of books. Shadows danced upon their spines, mixing with a vivid golden glow emanating from a grand stone fireplace. At the back of the room, amber pine logs hissed and popped in the fire. A light draft carried tiny sparks like fireflies up the wide, dark chimney. The charred and heady scent of the wood intermingled with the sweet aroma of sap, a delight for your senses. Beside the fire sat a pair of plush armchairs. The color of the chair's fabric complemented that of the rug underneath, in a vision of rich and splendid comfort. It was the perfect place to snuggle up with a good book and relax, especially after such a nice, peaceful stroll around the grounds. And so on, your second day at the lodge. That is exactly what you did. Yesterday, you did the same, and you've returned again today to your favorite spot by the large fireplace to read a book and while away the time. Before nightfall, you turn away from the window and walk over to one of the bookcases nearest you. This is where the mystery novels are kept. Maybe today you'll choose one of these and follow along as a clever detective solves a crime in a quaint English village. Perhaps the missing clue will be found in a library, quite like this one, with a grand fireplace and hidden corners, cloaked in shadow. You run your hand along the spine of one, feeling the ripple of etched letters beneath your fingertips. Like a sleuth yourself, you move on to the next shelf. Here you find the stories of love and heartbreak, tales of romance for the ages. Sunset beaches with whispering palms and Mediterranean coastlines with azure water grace the covers of these books. How spectacular it would be to open the pages and find yourself on a far-away island. You can almost feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, and attempted to hold your hand up to your eyes, to shade them from the glare of a bright blue sky. The sounds of turquoise waves crashing upon the sandy shore, and seagulls crying overhead play in your mind. But the crackling sound of the logs in the fireplace draws you back from your daydream. And once again, you are standing here in the library, searching for the perfect book. Moving on, you come to the large, hard-bound histories, tales of battles and conquests. Mark these pages. Below, on the bottom shelf, stand tall art books with the elegant covers. On one, you find a ballerina. Her hand rests gently on a wooden bar by her side. She stands upon a single pink shoe, holding her other leg outstretched. A gauzy tutu drapes over her body and seems to shimmer with its own quiet movement. Beside it is a book of famous Dutch painters. The cover bears an image of a woman pouring milk from a picture. To you, the quality of light and color is superb. Her royal blue apron contrasts with a yellow bodice, while the sun reflects softly on her forehead. You could sit here all afternoon. You think, mimised by the fields and sunflowers, the children skating on frozen canals, and the tall brick buildings with gabled roofs. But you'll save that for another day. This afternoon, you'd like to read words. Words that will transport you to another time and place. That brings you to the fantasy section. Books of all sizes are packed together on these shelves. There are fairy tales and collections of folklore, legends of fearsome dragons and brave knights, and myths of gods and heroes, tempting destiny and fate. You choose a book of short stories. It has an old brown leather cover with golden letters embossed on the front. You feel the even weight of it in your palm and trace the title with your fingertips. Though it's a small book, you know, It holds endless possibilities within its pages. Magical realms you've only dreamt of visiting exist alongside the everyday world. It's up to you to decide where the adventure takes you. You carry it over to the reading area and take a seat in one of the overstood armchairs. The soft cushions embrace your body. It feels like you're resting on a cloud. You lean your head back for just a moment and look up at the ceiling. The crossed wooden beams lend this room and the rest of the lodge a rustic edge. You turn your gaze to the large window beside the chair. Frost has gathered at the edges of the window panes, but you can still see clearly through the ovals in the center of the glass. The snow is falling harder now. Drifts must be piling up against the wooden beams beneath the window frame. It makes you grateful for the warmth of the library. Nestled here in this comfy chair, with the fireplace crackling nearby, you feel safe and secure. A sense of calm washes over you. Instinctively, you take a deep breath in, hold it for just a moment, and then exhale. And you realize this is precisely where you want to be in this moment. Then you turn to the little book you're holding in your hand. You open the front cover and flip through the first few pages until you come to the list of stories. You scan the titles and page numbers until you see one that catches your eye. It's the one about the dragon. Turning the pages in groups of 10 and 20, you work your way to the back of the book. The pages are worn but thick and well maintained. Each turn comes with that crisp, wrinkling sound, which is so pleasing to the ear. When you find the right page, you stop. The title of the story is written in an elegant sloping script, though you know it won't feel any different from the rest of the page. You run your fingertip lightly across the print. You can almost feel the magic of the story, like an electric hum of anticipation that travels through your body. You turn to the next page and begin as you read the words travel from the paper to your mind, sparking your imagination. You watch the scenes play out one after another and hear the characters, words in their own distinct voices. You find the story has a rhythm of its own that moves across the pages, like the current of a river, pulling it forward and constantly shaping its route. To read is to be carried along by the river, moving from one point to the next as the world changes around you. You turn the pages, one by one, letting your finger come to rest on the bottom corner, waiting to see what happens next. After a while, you find yourself lost within the tale. Your only tether to the world around you is the snap and the hiss of the logs in the fireplace. As you reach the end of the story, let out a sigh of contentment. You see, The wood has burned down a bit in the time you were reading, but the comforting heat of the fire still envelops you, keeping the room toasty warm. As you gaze into the red and orange flames, you feel a yawn coming on. There's no stopping its eventual arrival. It engulfs your body in a single movement. You stretch out your arms and bring them back in as the yawn passes. Then you stand up. It feels wonderful to stretch your legs and move your muscles. You set the book down on the seat of the chair. There's something else you're curious about in this room. You turn and walk over to the antique desk. Behind it is a wide wooden chair with curving feet. The back is tall and straight, with a rich brocade lining the polished mahogany. You move around to the back of the desk and pull out the chair. Then you sit down, feeling your body conform to its rigid outline. But despite how hard it is, compared to the armchair, it's not uncomfortable. It's just more suited to writing and working than relaxing by the fire. You shuffle the chair closer with your feet and place your forearms on the desk. You pick up the old silver-tipped pen. It feels smooth and sleek between your fingers. You imagine what it would have been like to sit here in this very room a century ago. There would still be a warm fire. Of that you're sure. Perhaps it would be snowing outside too. From the desk, you have a perfect view out. One of the large bay windows. You watch the snowflakes drift past, floating idly on the breeze before sinking down and out of sight. The ink pot is dry now, but then it would have been filled with dark liquid. You would dip the nib of the pen inside and then pull a piece of yellowed paper from the drawer. You could be writing a letter, you imagine, or perhaps a story like the one you just read, full of adventure and dragons and perilous quests. In your mind's eye, you feel the words flowing out of you through the tip of the pen, which scratches away at the paper. How satisfying, you think, to put your thoughts down so clearly, and then have them bound in a book to be found a century later by a curious person in a cozy library. You smile at the thought. As you put the pen down on the blotter, you slide back the chair again and carefully stand before pushing it back in and heading toward the fire. When you reach the plush armchair, you pick up the little book and then take a seat. With it resting in your lap, you lean your head back against the chair. The cushion softly supports your neck, and your muscles relax as you settle into place. Outside, you can see the wind has picked up and is driving the snow at a steep angle toward the ground. And instead of puffy flakes, it resembles broken lines of white cascading down from the sky above. They stand out clearly against the darkness of the trees beyond. While you were at the desk, the sun must have set, you realize. But the cloud cover muted the colors outside and maintained a palette of white-gray and now black. Night has fallen, here in the lodge at the edge of the forest. The day is winding down, and soon all the guests like you will be tucked away in bed. You can hear a faint whistling of the wind as it moves through the small gaps in the wood of the lodge's exterior. The snow drifts are higher now. You can just make out the top of one of them, arcing above the bottom of the windowsill. A small clump of powder clings to the glass, and around it is a dusting so light you almost can't see it. It must be cold outside. You think, and once more you are grateful for the warmth of this library. You take a deep breath, inhaling the sweet and smoky aroma of the burning logs. One lets off a long hiss and a pop as a pocket of trapped steam bursts free from the wood. It is followed by a low, fading sizzle as glowing embers fall to ash beneath it. The flames flicker across the wood, casting shadows on the stone walls of the fireplace. You watch them shimmer and dance as the tips of the flames flick left and right. Red, orange, yellow, and white shift together in a mesmerizing painting of heat and light. Hints of blue touch the bottoms of the flames and slowly glimmer on the deep bark of the wood. You may feel your eyelids begin to grow heavy as your gaze follows the movements of the flames. It can be an entrancing vision. The sounds, the colors, and the aromas surround you in this moment of tranquility. You are warm and cozy, and most of all, content as you relax here, enjoying a quiet evening by the fireplace. That's all for this story. Now it's time for me to let you go, so you can get some much-deserved rest. Have a good night and sweet dreams. And now, dear listener, the rain has become softer. The stories have drifted into silence, and the night wraps gently around the world. The cabins rest beneath the stars. The lanterns glow faintly in distant windows. The forests stand quiet beneath the moon. There is nothing left to do tonight. Nothing left to follow. Nothing left to remember. Only rest. May the peaceful places you visited tonight remain with you as sleep carries you deeper into comfort and calm. Thank you for spending this quiet evening with the Sleepy Story. Until we meet again, sleep peacefully, sleep deeply, and have the sweetest dreams.